human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon and welcome to the 2026 Asian Game Qualifiers. Today we will have NARAKA BLADEPOINT. My name is Abstract, with me here is Moman, and the both of us is gonna bring you through the exciting encounters and the game here for today.
Yeah, once again, we have a lot of teams vying for the spots to go into Aichi Nagoya. We do have 3 groups today, but we will be watching Group B going at it in NARAKA BLADEPOINT and tournament format rules. Of course, we're going to have a BO3, which is going to be solos, followed by trios, then trios.
Indeed. So we do have a lot of games for you guys, and of course, super jam-packed with action. But of course, without further ado, we gotta give a huge shout-out over to our co-organizers, SGEA and Zenway Production. And of course, in support of our sports promotion, Sports SG, along with our official integrated resort partner, Resorts World Sentosa, with our official partners, My Republic and Secret Lab. Now, without further ado, let's talk a little bit about today's schedule and what we should be expecting for at least the first 3 matches.
Yeah, we are going to have Team Laos going up against Team Philippines in the first match of the day. And we're going to have Team Tajikistan going up against Team Singapore, our home team. And then we're going to have Team China going up against Team Laos. And once again, for NARAKA BLADEPOINT, I've got to say, Team China is top seeded, right?
Yes.
So coming in, it's going to be looking tough for a lot of the teams in the bracket. This is the bracket of death once again.
Once again, right? So, okay, so let's show you guys a little bit more about the groupings itself. Oh, back at it again, huh? Group A, we have Sri Lanka, we got Hong Kong, we got Kazakhstan, Indonesia, and of course, Chinese Taipei.
Yeah, then for Group B, as we mentioned before, Team Laos, Team Philippines, Team Tajikistan, Team Singapore, and Team China.
And finally, when it comes down to the Group C, we got Kyrgyzstan, Thailand, Malaysia, Vietnam, and Mongolia. Now, understandably, when we look straight at the groups, the main thing that we are mostly looking out for, at least for me, right, it's definitely gonna have to be China as well as Hong Kong, China. The both of them, luckily, you know, they're away from different groups, unlike the previous game that we casted.
Yeah.
But
I'm worried for Group A because Team Chinese Taipei and Team Hong Kong China are in that same group. So that's going to be a very scary group to play against. But at the same time, Group C, Team Malaysia and Team Thailand, they're together as well. And this is a very popular game in both Thailand and also Malaysia as well. They've been sending representatives to the international tournaments as well. So yeah, they have players that have been scouted to play in the Chinese league as well. So
indeed.
Yeah.
So, I mean, on the other note, as Singaporeans, we naturally want Singapore to go through.
I don't think that's going to happen.
But in our group, we have China in it. Again, by the way, again. The last game title that we casted, we were put in the same grouping as China as well as Hong Kong, China. So that was a bummer. But regardless, we have moved on from that. And as such, we are going to be moving on to NARAKA BLADEPOINT to see what kind of games we can expect. So, at least for game number 1, the first team that we are going to be looking out for is going to be between the Philippines and Laos. And we have CTVS, ITL, MNV, and ODS coming in.
Yeah, and these are the representatives coming in from the side of Team Laos. So far, looking like ODS will be going in that 1v1, and possibly there is a substitution coming in for that trio as well. But looking at the trio team, it's CTVS, ITL, and MNV as well. So yeah, we are going to determine that first game in a solo 1v1 fashion, right? So that 1v1, meaning that you can only be picking one weapon. One weapon.
Only one weapon. So out of the many weapons out there, you can only choose one. So technically speaking, every single one of these players should have at least, you know, 3 expertises. Because what's happening is that in a total match itself, there are a total of 3 games. And within one game, there are a total of 3 maximum rounds. So you can kind of count it as a best of 3 within a best of 3.
Yeah, and now we have the side of Team Philippines. We have Espejo, we have Paclibar, Perez, and also Teñoso coming in from the side of Team Philippines. Wow, what a roster, man! So Spanish.
Yep. Honestly, this is the the whole part of their name. At this point in time, if you don't see their jersey, you would probably assume, right? You'll probably assume. But in this case, we do have Paclibar that is going to be the solo player that will be going up against ODS. Now, of course, I'm not exactly sure if whether the solo players can sub in for the trios or not. So at the point in time, we will only find out by the time we head over to the second game.
Yeah, so far I believe the rosters have been confirmed, but looking at the players going in, I've heard good things about Team Philippines, right? The Team Singaporean players were telling us that Team Philippines are very strong when it comes to regional standings, when it comes to just power levels in the game itself. So yeah, when we go into the 1v1s, yeah, there are matchup rules. There are also weapon matchups as well. That's something very interesting to see in BLADEPOINT NARAKA. But for NARAKA itself, that 1v1, right? This is generally a battle royale game. But when it comes down to 1v1, it becomes way more micro heavy.
Indeed. For the uninitiated and those people that are watching from home and you're kind of wondering what exactly is going on, what is NARAKA BLADEPOINT actually? Now, NARAKA BLADEPOINT is actually a game that is that is more within the genre of battle royale. As such, you have a lot of ways that you can kind of play this game, but however, what we have for today is that we are watching NARAKA BLADEPOINT in the form of 1v1s and 3v3s. Now, this will eliminate a lot of external factors such as vouchering and, you know, the typical battle royale shenanigans where you have to be careful about being too noisy, you have to tactically, you know, choose your fight. In this case, those are all completely gone. You don't have to care about those at all. You just have to focus on exactly your 1v1 fight. And that itself has a lot of mind games, at least in a 1v1 format.
Yeah, so we are skipping the prologue, right? Of them trying to find each other, them going for that early
direct
game
reaction.
itemizations or whatsoever. We're directly jumping into the micro mechanic action of that 1v1. The parries, the counters, the dashes coming through, the dodges as well. So when it comes down to that 1v1 matchup, right now, weaponization, right? What weapons you're going for, very important. There are short-range weapons, there are long-range weapons. Of course, I don't think we're gonna see long-range weapons in 1v1.
Long-range weapons are generally impossible to see. Maybe when it comes down to trios, it might be possible. You know, within the three, one person picks up a musket, drop the musket for both of the players, and then both of the players will drop a melee weapon for the one with the musket, for example, right? But in a 1v1, with a ranged weapon, you can't really do much with it. You are required, and you must actually pick up some melee weapons for yourself in order to realistically be able to do anything. Now, of course, without further ado, we are going to be jumping right into the showdown. As I mentioned before, you're gonna have to expect to see a couple of ways to play around this game. There are ways that you can choose which characters that you want to go for and which weapon that you want to go for. Now, we're gonna be jumping straight in. I kind of didn't really get to see which characters that they are gonna go in with, but in the end of the day, we are jumping right in between Team ODS versus Team Paclibar. So understandably, we do have got, I believe it is ODS, right? It should be ODS that is going in with Feria Shen. Feria Shen is one of the most classic characters to go for, as of course she drops in a mech for herself and really extended the fight a lot. And she's currently using the staff for himself, while in the meantime for Team Paclibar is gonna go with the dual swords.
Yeah, so far the blues landing as well. Very nice combo from Paclibar so far, and the blue not landing from the side of ODS could have been punished, but instantly into that aerial combo. No true combo coming out from the side of ODS so far. Very good punish from the side of Paclibar, and now he does pull out the mech. He will have the ability to play with those ranges as well. Now ODS has to play defense, but his HP bar is extremely extremely low so far, playing around the pillars, but it's not enough. Buckley Bar secures that round 1 victory.
Man, oh man, this guy literally had no chill, went straight for it. In the meantime, we are going to be jumping into game number 2. Honestly, I wasn't quite expecting Yotohime coming in, but at least when it comes down to Yotohime versus Tessa, I generally do prefer to come up to take a look at Tessa being played. Well, in the meantime, Yotohime going for outlet 3 or outlet 2, U2 is probably the best way to go. But unfortunately, a little bit of parry losses there.
Yeah, so far great combos coming in from the side of ODS, but the combo break coming through from the side of Buckley Bar into that true combo. Does not find the juggle though. Does not go for the grapple here, surprisingly, but he does find the air combo into the punish, and that's going to be a lot of true damage into the wall, and instantly KO'd. Team Philippines will take the first game of the set so far.
And just like that, we are going to be expecting to see a little bit more games like this further on. And of course, when it comes down to 1v1s, they are going to be really darn fast, just like you see over here. Now, when it comes down to most of the time, like if we are not looking at character skills and all, there are games that can last for really long. Especially when it comes down to Yotohime, right? Yotohime conjures the cursed sword, and the cursed sword really kind of cheeses things out a little bit.
Yeah.
Variation in some sense is not exactly cheese, but variation is more on the fact that you are able to kind of extend your game a little bit longer while you are inside your mech. You can actually restore HP as well while you keep on chipping off against the opponent. But in this case, when the Yotohime goes up against Tessa, Tessa is generally a more control kind of hero while you're going up against an aggro kind of hero. So it kind of makes things a little bit more difficult for Tessa to go around with this if the Yotohime have decided to, straight away ultimate early.
Yeah, I mean, the third round would have been interesting to watch, right? The Akos was already lined up. He was going to go in with a Tiger form as well. But the problem is, that matchup, when you said, yeah, control versus aggro, 1v1, I think that it does matter quite a bit depending on which character that you want to go for. And there is a fly on my nose. But yeah, I don't have the reaction speed of these players to go for the fly. But looking at the reaction speed coming through from the side of Team Philippines, we did see that. Yo, the fly, once again.
That is actually funny.
But yeah, at the start, we did see that Team Philippines, they did have very strong combos as well. They landed very strong air grapples into the juggles, but that punish coming through, I believe that Team Philippines right now on the 1v1 front, they're much more mechanically inclined than Team Laos at this point.
Exactly. Now, understandably, when it comes down to that Yoto cheese, you don't really get to see a lot, because when it comes down to NARAKA Blade Point, there's actually a lot of game when it comes down to when you should be getting up. That's what fighting game called the wake up, right? The wake up. Yeah. If Oki, yeah, they call it Oki. So there's a lot of mind games if whether you're gonna dash away, are you gonna stand up and immediately go for focus. For the uninitiated, NARAKA Blade Point's combat system is technically speaking a rock, paper, scissors kind of thing. So when it comes down to your fight, you can either go for a basic attack, we call it the white hits, or the blue hits. Blue hits are the ones that basically we call it focus. Whenever you see someone charging onto the focus, they naturally have what we call a super armor. Your super armor is able to, will be able to help you survive a stagger from white hits. So basically, blue beats white. In the meantime, blue is very telegraphic. As such, you have a way where you are able to transition into a red hit, or rather a red stance, and that is called a parry. In order for you to parry, you can actually go from blue to red very effectively. However, the moment you see a single glow from the blue, you are actually committing into the blue. As such, red beats blue. In the meantime, if you are in red, the opponent can just hit you for free. So the moment that you actually do things wrongly and you telegraph things wrongly, they did not commit into the blue, you went into red, the opponent can always launch you airborne.
Yeah.
As such, white beats red. So it comes down into a full circle. White beats blue, blue beats red, red. No, sorry. Blue beats white,
white beats red, and red beats blue.
Yes, it's a whole circle.
Yeah, a triangle.
It's a triangle.
Yeah,
yes.
it's a triangle.
Blue
So-
beats white, red beats blue, white beats red. Yes.
So there will be levels of mind games involved,
Yes.
especially when it comes down to the higher mechanical-based players with higher micro as well, when they will be playing like shorter range weapons or shorter attack cooldowns. We did not see much of the fan. We did not see
Not much.
much of the dagger as well, especially in game one. But that was the showcase of the staff, right? The staff is also very versatile
It's very strong.
when it comes down to these damage charging abilities as well.
Exactly. Now the thing is, when it comes down to the staff has a very long lingering hitbox when it comes down to your left mouse attack. Right mouse attack really allows you to catch the Oki, while the left mouse is more of the fact that you are actually forcing the opponent to stay on the ground. Because the moment that they stand up and thinking that, oh, you know, I can dash it away, no, you can't really do that. You'll just immediately be hit by the lingering hitbox and makes things so much more difficult to play. As such, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go straight into game number 2. And in game number 2, what we are going to be expecting is going to be a full roster of players. And all 3 of them are eventually something that we can, you know, kind of have fun with. In fact, this is not exactly the lineup that honestly I was expecting, but it does seem like we are going to be looking at Hardy coming in. We do have got, you know, one in Nat as well. But in the meantime, I think that Laos is... Oh, wait, hold on a second. This is different. I thought that we saw... Okay, we have Feria. Okay, things are getting a little bit confusing as we are going straight up into a fight already. As things are going absolutely bonkers when it comes down to having a good amount of fun.
Yeah, great amount of control coming out from the side of Team Philippines so far, with the damage dealers already at the center, straight up getting controlled down. But Team Philippines just straight away secure that. I mean, they do have the Monk for this one as well, so they have that similar level of control, but playing that first round very perfectly, right? Just putting them in the center where they wanted to be and going for that double damage dealer strat coming out from the side of Team Laos with the Shuhuan and the Feria. I don't think it worked out. And yeah, Hadi was supposed to provide aerial support, but wasn't there.
And in the meantime, here we go. I really like the fact that they're playing the Monk Tianhai together with the Viper Ning. This is something that you can expect, where you just hold it up there and they're constantly just going to be stuck there. Unfortunately, it does seem like Tianhai did manage to immediately pick up 2 players and goes absolutely bonkers regarding it. And Philippines kind of in a tough spot, but at least they do have a little bit of healing to play around with, while CTVS is still going crazy in the middle of the battlefield.
Yeah, Team Philippines does a great job of playing that pillar as well, right? Does not get that extra damage, but Espejo finds himself at a lot of low HP, but already 1 player being taken out from the side of Team Laos, make that a 3v1. Team Philippines, 2v1 so far, right? The Knives does not find the connect so far, but that will be an easy just combo because of the grapple coming out from the side of Tianhai.
Indeed. Just like that, you can pretty much tell just how fast the games eventually went by. Philippines have already won a single solos and a single trios, and the way that they have fully executed this second round essentially is just about holding. The moment that Tianhai goes into his Vajra form, you are just waiting for the perfect moment to eventually grab someone.
Yeah.
If you do not get the enmity of the members from Laos, then kind of too bad. But this massive figure from the side of Philippines is what kind of gets everyone's attention, right? Do you want to go for that? Do you really want to kill the Tianhai fast? However, once you're in Vajra form, it's very difficult to bring you down as well. And not to forget, the moment that you are directly under Tianhai, you got a single sweep coming in from the Tianhai will put you in a really tough spot either way. So most of the time, you'll want to run away. The other 2 members, in this case, we're mostly looking at the Telmuch as well as the Viper Ning. They have good controls on you in order to make it so that it's a lot more difficult for you to run away. Do note that Telmuch and the Tianhai Vajra form is a true combo after all.
Yep.
The moment you throw the whirlwind, they fly up to the sky. It is a free grab. You do it twice, and that's double grab. stomp right into the ground. That's a massive number of damage.
Okay, let's say I don't know anything about NARAKA, right? What is the difference between a true combo and a combo?
So when it comes down to true combo, that means that you have absolutely no way to recover and get out of the moment that you get hit the first time. It can be a string of true combo where you're just constantly just juggled with no way to get out of it. A normal combo is just the mean of being able to respond to, you have means to respond. However, that also comes down to the fact that it comes down to latency, ticks, and ping. There are certain situations whereby maybe you're running at 60 ticks versus 144 ticks. There are things that you can actually roll out of and is not true combos if you are on 60, but it becomes true if it's 144 ticks.
Yeah, but at this point, ping, I would say
they are equal. Yep.
I would say, because they're playing on a LAN system. They are playing live right in front of us. So yeah, for players that are definitely of a higher skill level, lower ping does mean better gameplay, but
a lot better gameplay, right? So ultimately, games will run up really darn fast. As you can see, our very first match between Team Laos and Philippines is already over. Philippines managed to get out of it against Team Laos, and unfortunately Team Laos, they were, I would say that they kind of know what they are doing. However, it is just way too fast for Team Philippines.
Yeah. This is a very fast-paced game, right? You can see that the level of gameplay does get more advanced when it comes down to when you're pit against each other in an arena where you cannot escape. But in the general scheme of NARAKA BLADEPOINT, yes, there is an ability to just play the survivability, just run away, right? Don't take the fight. If let's say you know a team is a higher skill level than you, you can choose to not take the fight, play the terrain. But this is a case where the mechanical skills of the players are being tested, and you can clearly see that Team Philippines, they are very geared towards these mechanical engages.
Now, there is also something that we need to let everyone kind of familiarize itself, is because of Viper Ning, for example. So the greatness about Viper Ning, when it comes down to her ultimate, we call it the Moonbane control. We have U1, U2, U3. But regardless, the main thing about Moonbane control is that you are able to just channel. The time that you are channeling, you actually don't do anything. Your single eye on top of your head, you laser down onto opponents, and after a good, I believe, 5 seconds?
Yeah, 5 seconds.
After 5 seconds, they get stunned for an extended period of time. The weakness about that is that the moment that your opponents get out of your field of view, then that cannot connect. It would not connect anymore by the end of the 5 seconds. But this is an open field, so it's almost guaranteed to hit.
Yeah.
That's why Viper Ning is definitely going to be one of the crazier picks and one of the most famous picks in here.
Yeah, especially in the 3v3. But that's all we have for that first game. Congratulations to Team Philippines for getting the points. But we're going for a short break, and we'll join you guys with Game 2 really soon.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move. The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again. 2026 Asian Games for the NARAKA BLADEPOINT is back here with you after a really swift match 1 between Philippines versus Laos. But we have something a little bit different this time, and we are going to be looking at Singapore versus Tajikistan.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of new, right? We have not seen much of the Tajikistan players coming into the tournament as well. Even when we were talking about Identity V, we didn't get to watch much of the groups. But now at Asian Games here in NARAKA BLADEPOINT, we have the opportunity to see how well they do against our home team, Team Singapore, when it comes to NARAKA BLADEPOINT. So it's going to be 1v1 followed by trios once again. Hopefully we get to see the game 3 this time because Team Philippines was definitely way more overpowered.
Indeed. Perhaps this time things will be same kind of on par thing, but let's introduce the players here for Tajikistan first. We do have Barom, Jamshed, we got Ramon and Subhon. So hopefully that we pronounce their names correctly, and in the event that we don't, we are very, very sorry. But looking at the Tajikistan players, I really hope that they will be able to come up with a very strong performance and, you know, kind of really show us what they are made of, perhaps throughout the few weeks to months of training.
Yeah, they do have a coach, so technically they have a very good structure, right?
Yes.
Coming into that team as well, so we don't know, we don't have much information on these players at all, but what we do have information on is on Team Singapore. So representing Team Singapore, we have AE Mohammed, LRG Lee, SQH Tan, and also YHK Tan. This LRG Lee guy is so familiar, man.
Familiar? Who's that guy, that Lee guy? Very familiar. But regardless, we do have AE Mohammed that will be going up against Ramon for the very first game, and that just so happens to be that solos game. It's going to be a 1v1 between the two of them, and same thing as always, a best of 3 within the 1v1. So whichever team or whichever player managed to win 2 times in a row, that means that they will have that game won.
Yeah, so same thing as the previous game that we played. If let's
There's
say
2 points, by the way.
Yeah, if they play Team Philippines like style, you know, they get that swift victory in that game 1 and game 2. Yeah, you don't have to go to game 3 at all.
Yes. So not only that, right? Every single one of these rounds gives you points. Every round that you win gives you 1 point. If it's a flawless victory, that means you 2-0'd the opponent. That will mean that you will get a total of 3 points while your opponent gets absolutely 0. Anytime you yield 1 game away, then they will get 1 point or 2 points, dependent on what that actual result will come up to be.
Yeah, as much as you want to get the points, it's also the wins will also come into factor when we're deciding our top 2. So of course, our top 2 for every single group, Group A, Group B, and Group C, will be going to the playoffs. And then tomorrow, we're going to have a playoffs for the lower brackets, where the lower brackets are going to be the 3rd and 4th seed of Group A, Group B, and Group C. So all you have to know for today is that the 5th team of every group will be eliminated in Group A, Group B, and Group C.
So understandably, it will be quite a matchup, right? There will definitely be quite a fight going on, and it will be really competitive. And unfortunately, only the best one will stay. Here, we are going to be jumping in very soon into the very first match of, or rather the second match of today, and that is going to be Singapore versus Tajikistan. We're going to be taking a look at which characters that they have decided to pick for themselves, and it looks like for the side of Ramon, they have decided to go for the Arcos. Matari is not what I was expecting, and as well as the Enor 1, followed by the side of Mohammed. We are, man, I missed it, but I think I saw a Yoto.
Yeah,
I think I saw a Yoto.
That's a Yoto opener.
Okay, Yoto opener. Perhaps a Viper. No, I don't think there will be a Vipening. Honestly, I thought that maybe we'll see a little bit more variation, but as the game progresses, we'll let you guys know. Oh, Veldatui. Okay, Veldatui is fine. And then a Telmoch. So I hope I'm pronouncing Telmoch right too. So, you know, sometimes you gotta get things confused. But for now, we are gonna be looking at Fistblades going up against Staff. And personally, I have quite a bit of bias towards the side of Staff, as Fistblades are actually a bit too easy to be used.
Yeah, but that's the point, right? They are easy, a lot of true combos, especially, and finding the way out of the combo breaker, but still the combo continues from the side of Mohamed so far.
Not too bad so far, but unfortunately that is going to be that cheese that we were talking about. We'll go straight all in, and Mohamed only lost like lost by like one hit. Now, we're going to go into game number 2. It is going to be Spear going up against the Flying Knives. Unfortunately, Matari doesn't really do too much for you, especially if you were to pick up your ultimate, which in this case is Conceal and Heal. It's not my cup of tea.
Yeah, and that was a very good matchup for the side of Team Tajikistan as well. But now, this would be a very much lineup, setup heavy character that is used in a 1v1. So far, not able to find any much combos going in. Coming through with Mohamed, he does have a true combo coming in.
And not too bad. Parry. That was super parryable. Ramon usually have been going in for that 1, 2, 3 combos a lot, especially when his final hit was actually a right mouse button, and that is a lot of wind up. So at least we saw a bit of mind games from him, because the very first 1, 2, 3, he went for the focus on 3. It was a left mouse button. It was an instantaneous one. The second time he did it again, it was a delayed one. So perhaps he was kind of baiting out for an early parry coming in from Mohamed, but that didn't happen. He immediately understood that, okay, this is the point in time I can probably just press F. Press F and you go for it again. This is why actually Dota2 is really strong in 1v1s, because when you go for V3, I think it's either V3 or V2, I can't exactly remember the number very well, but let me double check. I think it was a V3. Yes, it's V3. So at least when you come down to V3, you actually, no, V2, sorry, you actually get the protection. You get number 1, the protection, so you have like an extended health pool, and you have 3 charges of being able to use your spear. You can focus on your spear by the way, and then wait for the perfect time, throw the spear at them, they fly up to the sky, essentially give you a free first hit, and it can allow you to go into a true combo.
And looking at the post-game stats coming through, the amount of damage coming through from the side of game number 1, right? Mohamed does a really good amount of damage, no counter strikes, no healing, a bit of healing coming out from the side of Ramon, but we did see the timings coming through, right? The combo break being used a bit too early on the Akos as well. Given the fact that you're going up against a Yoto, you had to wait for the cheese coming through, where you can go for the combo break into that true combo as well. This becomes a combo setup, but yeah, couldn't get that timing through.
It's really unfortunate, but hey, at least that is only game number 1, as we are going into the main party. Like literally a party, because we have trios game upcoming here. And of course, understanding, composition is going to be really important. And some of the other few trio characters we can see a lot is understandably going to be Tianhai. Tianhai, we can see him a lot is because he's going to be the main damage dealer within the part of the 3. The other 2 are naturally going to be someone that will help things out a little bit to with some assistance. As we saw in the previous game, it was a Telmersh as well as a Viper. Both of them have ways to kind of deal with it, and the Telmersh strat is more the fact that you go for your V, you get a Sandstorm, go in and out of the Sandstorm.
Yeah, keep and just keep getting the tornadoes, right? Just keep getting tornadoes, play the long range setup as well. But some things that we will see are the Transformers as well, right? One as well being one of the main damage dealers coming into that 3v3. We talked about the Viper Ning, the control as well. That's going to be very important. We talked about the Hadi as well, the aerial support, very irritating to deal with. That was supposed to be coming out in game 3 in the Philippines versus Laos matchup, so we didn't really get to see it, but hopefully we get to see it here.
Maybe. Just maybe. We'll see how eventually that's gonna be done. Well, in the meantime, we can talk about some other characters, for example, because in the game of NARAKA, we also do have a couple of different archetypes, right? You have your support, you have your damage dealers, and you have your controllers. How you kind of play around with these characters is actually entirely up to you. We don't exactly have a very set meta whereby, oh, you must have one healer, one controller, and one damage dealer. You don't have to do that. In fact, there are times, and most of the time, you can actually omit away having a healer. You don't always need a Kurumi, you don't need a Opinion, all this kind of stuff. Nah, it's fine. Double controller, single damage dealer is usually more than enough. Sometimes you can even see a double damage and a single controller because those are a more aggressive strat. And honestly, it really comes down to the playstyle of these characters because you actually remove and eliminate a lot of factors in a typical battle royale format where having supports may actually help a lot.
Yeah, in a battle royale factor, I would say, yeah, the healing, the sustain, it will go a long way in terms of just trying to get that #1 position, right?
Yep.
But now that you are going into a fast and heavy, straight away, the mechanic is you want to eliminate one person as fast as possible. So double control might actually be the way here, and taking a look at the picks coming through from the side of both teams.
Okay, so start things off, looks like Tajikistan is going for Yoto Arcos and Yue Shan. While in the meantime, the first match, man, I missed it already. Pretty fast.
Yeah, pretty fast.
Yep, there's only 10 seconds, so it's unfortunate. But I believe I remember seeing a Syra coming in there. But don't worry, we can just jump right in and we can see. Okay, there we go.
Yeah,
it's gonna
Syra,
be
Arcos,
and Viper Nick. So looks like for the side of Team Singapore, they have decided to go for a support in this and double control.
yeah, so weapons coming through, double staff.
Double staff and the single great sword, but I think that is not exactly the same because there we go. We have different kind of changes over here, as now it's going to be jumping straight in, and of course Vipening start things off with the Moonbane, Wrath stun.
Oh.
There we all three of them.
All three of them. That's a very long stun. Instantly, 2 dead, 2 down. That is the Syra Viper-ning combo. Extremely strong, extremely controlling, and we do have the combo break coming in from the side of Arcos as well. So this is not going to be a good look from the side of Team Tajikistan, right? 1v3 from the side of Subhan. And yeah, they're just gonna kite this one out.
Yeah, honestly, there's really not much that you can do during this form. You can actually melt him down, especially since you do have flying knives, as you can see. They will burst him down as long as they create some distance, and we see which one he's going to, and you will be able to do pretty decently.
So now set #2. Match #2 coming out from the side of Team Singapore versus Team Tajikistan. We do see the Enor 1 usage coming out from the side of Team Singapore to be the main damage dealer.
In the meantime, I believe that for Team Earth, I'm not too sure which one is. Probably Singapore, right? Singapore, we are looking at a Lanny, Shin Huan Lee, as well as the the Matari in this case. So it's a very different kind of setup this time. But you can see a ton of those offers just flying up to the sky. But the main thing is Tajikistan, they are kind of spread out, with Subhan actually just running away throughout all of that. But immediately, we are starting to see the fights coming in to kind of change a lot more verticality in this game.
Yeah, a lot of true damage coming out from the side of Team Singapore though. They do a lot of significant damage with the transformation coming out from the side of YHK Tan. So far, the transformation actually trying to zone away the members of Tajikistan, right? Balom, he's been kept in this corner for a very long time and it gets taken out. Only one member left. Instant.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate in this case because you can tell that one of the players, the one that we were watching, he's mostly trying to get those grapples in order to close the gap. Not necessarily a dash focus kind of situation, because mobility is actually super important in NARAKA BLADEPOINT, especially if your opponents have any form of transformations. They can definitely create a lot of distances. They can definitely push back very, very well. So these are some of these micro mechanics that you have to really focus on. And unfortunately, Tajikistan, the method of the method of mobility that they prefer is actually more of the grappling hooks.
Yeah.
Which you all probably saw. They played a lot more verticality to kind of get themselves out of the fight, which actually promoted more aggression onto one player and more downtime.
Yeah, at that point, it was a very good transformation usage from the side of YHK Tan as well, right? To find that, oh, the member has expended the grappling hook to get away, so it's a very good time for me to transform. get this player into the corner, just beat him down as fast as possible. Then you saw the synchronization coming out from the Team Singapore players, go 2v1, and then, yeah, since one player is already out of the battlefield, it becomes much easier after that.
It's really difficult for the members of Tajikistan to be able to kind of get out of that, because there was a little bit too much chaos, especially since we saw the Viper Ning coming in, and of course, I am still not a very good fan of Matari. The only reason why you would want to pick up a Matari really just comes down to being able to be a hard counter for Viper Ning. That's pretty much all. There's no other reason for you to be able to play in Matari. Matari is a survival specialist, where in the Battle Royale mode, you rely on the Matari a lot in order to get out of very unfavorable fights and then get the whole team back in. But in this case, you have to face fight your opponents. Those drop kicks coming from Atari doesn't really amount to anything. It does help with, well, starting a fight. It does help to what's the word? Reset the neutral advantage. But other than that, that's pretty much all.
Yeah, so congratulations to Team Singapore, who did get 3 points for themselves in this round as well.
Yep.
So definitely now with Team Philippines and Team Singapore looking like they're at the top of the ladder, right? But we have not seen the main horse, the main hero of this bracket.
Is that the next one?
Group B, yeah, we're going to be seeing them really soon. It's going to be Team China versus Team Laos. That's the game that we have lined up for you guys. And if you think Team Philippines versus Team Laos is fast,
it might actually be a lot faster.
yeah, so there are certain mechanics that we have not seen yet, right? The 2-2-1s, the grapple into true combos, the air juggles, the crazy combos. Those, well, most of the videos, the tutorial videos that teach you are from China. So
yes,
that's
but
there's a few that's from Team Philippines, but there's a lot that's from Team China.
Yup, and I'm pretty sure that a lot of NARAKA BLADEPOINT players, whenever you guys are kind of learning some stuff, you gotta have to go over to Bilibili. And probably the number one thing that you want to learn a lot is how to air juggle your opponent. Because that way, the moment a single hit comes in, true combo into an airborne, that guy is gonna be stuck. Very much stuck, and especially in a battlefield like this, where there is, of course, a field. In the Battle Royale itself, it's a lot tougher to actually find that kind of territory for you to air juggle the opponents. But in this game, you would probably see a lot of air juggles, especially from very capable players. So the upcoming game from Team China, you can expect that at one point, it will look very one-sided, because the opponent is just in the air, unable to do anything. They are all going to be true combos.
Yeah, and this is a game where your skills are just put on display, right?
Yes.
You can definitely tell a level of the player's skill just by that matchup as well.
Yes.
So just by power level, I would say that Team Laos, weaker than Team Philippines, yes, for sure. But Team China just stands at the top of the ladder. So I don't see a way where Team Laos is gonna claw their way out of this.
Yes, it's really unfortunate, because there are definitely, factual information that we can deduce from which team will win against the other team based on their previous performances. The main thing that what the members from Team Laos can do is try to get some points away, and literally just to deny the opponents, not try to win, but to ensure that your team might have a better chance in winning in tiebreakers.
Yeah, that's going to be the 3v3 strats coming in, but we'll be coming at you with the game shortly after the break, as we are getting the time to get the players some time to get ready as well. So yeah, see you guys after the break.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move. The human body was built to move, Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
gentlemen, welcome back in once again to the 2026 Asian Game Qualifiers for NARAKA BLADEPOINT. We have completed 2 matches thus far, and we are now going into the 3rd match, and that is going to be China versus Laos.
Yeah, this is going to be a very scary matchup because we were just talking to one of the pro players here at NARAKA BLADEPOINT for Asian Games so far, and they were saying, right, if you imagine an unstoppable mountain,
Yep.
immovable force, that's going to be Team China because they're sitting at the top of the leaderboards when it comes down to NARAKA BLADEPOINT,
Yep.
when it comes down to mechanical skill as well. And we did see how Team Laos performed against Team Philippines. And Team Philippines, mind you, it's a strong team as well, but they are nowhere near what we're going to see right now.
Indeed. So in a natural fashion of fighting games, right? When a team is really good, they are really good, and there is almost no chance of them yielding to a weaker team. So it's really difficult when we are looking at Team China that is literally all the way at the top of the leaderboard, even though they haven't really quite played or shown much. But we know the prowess that they have coming into today's games. So it makes things so much more difficult for Team Laos to strategize in actual fact because they might not have the micro to be able to deal with this.
Yeah, looking at the roster for Team China, XY Sui, XJ Tan, TR Wang, KB Xu, and F Wang as well. So XY Sui, I believe he will be playing in that 1v1 as well, most likely against Team Laos's ODS. So that's something that, yeah, ODS, you better have your A game prepared, right?
Indeed.
Yeah, definitely. And for the trios as well, I believe they're using their standard trio of Tan, Wang, and also Xu. I'm not too sure if Wang will be playing today. There are 2 Wangs in Team China. So there is TR Wang and F Wang.
Now, of course, on the other side, we also do have Team Laos. We'll talk about that in a short little bit. But in this game of NARAKA BLADEPOINT, there are very high mechanics play and very high octane stuff, right? So most of the time, you know, the most standard combos of the 1, 2, 3 would by the time it reaches the professional scene, 1, 2, 3 is completely deprecated. You would not see that anymore. So this might actually give Team Laos a little bit of an advantage because at least for now we saw some 1 to 3s playing from them. They can actually catch the opponents completely off guard in the event that they actually did manage to land their first hit, because first hit to second hit, true hit, but second to the third is not true because that is going to be a focus strike where it now comes down to be mind games if whether he's actually going to release the focus or they're going to go back to neutral or he's going to go for knockups from the 1 to knockup. A lot of questions that can be asked.
Yeah, and now, once again, Team Laos coming in with their roster. We did see them perform against Team Philippines. Of course, they did not manage to get any points for themselves so far. Whether or not they can scrunch up some points against Team China, that's definitely going to be the big question here because we have not seen Team China play yet. But same time, things are not looking too good on paper.
Not good on paper, yeah. So without further ado, I believe that ODS is gonna be that solo player of the team once again. So going up against Team China, what is going to be his playstyle, what is going to be his idea. And understandably, it is super important for them to be able to get a really good idea what are the characters that they're going to be playing as well. Feria Shen, understandably, is one of the top tier picks because it helps you buy a lot of time being in your mech. So in the event that you're becoming really close to low HP, that is something that you can do, or literally any other transformation hero such as the Yueshan in this case, as he can just literally transform into a warrior, right? And he's got a pretty good way of, reaching the opponents in the event that the opponent decides to run away. These kind of situations can definitely happen.
Yeah, but the possibility of combo break coming out from the side of Team Laos, there is still a chance, right? If you get your ultimate bar up there, if you're playing a character such as Akos, yeah, with the transformation into that tiger form, you can actually get the combo break going, maybe get a chance for yourself. And there is also also, like you said, very Wong, with the mech, you can play for the stall. But what if they go high cap, right? There are still range characters such as Xunwan Li, which is very overkitted in terms of that 1v1 as well. So if they do get that mirror matchup going, I would say it would make for a great show.
Without further ado, we are going to be jumping right in. We are going to be looking at a whip sword versus a staff game for now, as Sui is going to be on the blue side and ODS going to be on the red side. So at least I would say, interestingly, we are going to be looking at, I believe, Matari Shayol Wei as well. Can't really quite remember who the third character is. However, once we get into the game, we'll have a pretty darn good idea what that can look like.
Yeah, at this point, going for the staff here versus that short sword.
Hardy with a whip sword.
Yeah, with that whip sword from XY Sui. Well, this is one of the most staples that we see, definitely in that 1v1 as well. So definitely a master here. Sui does go for that early combo into that fake blue focus, but now does find that straight combo opener onto ODS.
Okay, immediately that is going to be a small little combo. Receives the 1-2 hit, tries to go for a knockup, but unfortunately it's not the true damage. Grapple into the 1-2-3 combo while in the air. So it's unfortunate for ODS, but the moment that he get hit from a single right mouse button from a whip sword, everything else from that point is true combo from the right hit to right hit knockup grapple into 1-2-3.
Yeah, that grapple, right? That usage of the grapple timing to extend the combo, very reminiscent of all the pro players that you see, right? A lot of people go through tutorials for this. Now, taking a look at XY3, he does put... Oh, that is a great combo restarter, but now for XY3, he's playing on the staff.
Okay, immediately trying to go for... Oh, he actually went for the release of left mouse focus. While in the meantime, the Shayol Wei is unable to do too much. While in the meantime, Sui goes into mech after Feria Shen will be able to get that kill and the win just right off the bat with those range shots.
Yeah, very fast combo opener coming out from the side of Team China. You did see that there was no punish. There was also no break coming out from the side of Team Laos as well in terms of mechanical prowess. Team China just clean cut combo 1-2 into that grapple into that right mouse button as well, just juggling him for days. There was no responsible kind of combo break coming out from the side of Team Laos because their characters didn't allow for it.
Yep. Unfortunately, not only that, because if you're using a character that doesn't really quite have any F abilities that allows you to combo break, then naturally you would want to play around with focus a little bit more. And the focus doesn't need to, you don't need to commit into the focus. You need to identify when is the right time to actually release the mouse button in order to go for some chip damage in the event that you realize that, okay, the opponents might go for a parry, or you might want to clash with the opponent's whites as well. So there's a lot of mind games that you can understand if you want to play a more defensive playstyle, dash into focus, just to test what they're going to do, dash again into focus. There's a lot of things that you can do to avoid being getting the first hit landed by a whip sword. And the whip sword first hit is super important because it always guarantees a true combo.
Yeah, that tag dodge didn't come through in time from the side of Team Laos as well. There was that possibility because it does have that wind up a bit from that whip sword as well, but couldn't find that whip sword dodge timing, right? And definitely landing that first combo, just a key opener. You saw the HP bar just go from 100 to 0 in just a matter of seconds. And looking at his stats, well, Team Laos didn't get an ounce of damage in.
Indeed, only 854 damage. Most of those hits, if I remember correctly, it was from the first game. I think in the second game he was having a little bit more issues. Actually, both of them I think maybe perhaps relatively equal, because first game he got hit with the with a right mouse button and immediately just flew up in the sky. That was full true combo. So it was more difficult for ODS to be able to do anything in game number 1. While in the meantime, for match number 2, there were some instances where he actually went up pretty effectively as the, I think he was playing as, no, he wasn't playing as a staff. At the point in time, I can't remember what was that already. However, there was some pretty good Oki hits from the side of China team. So it kind of puts ODS in a really difficult spot the moment that he's down on the ground. He's kind of forced to make decisions which the China team did a really good job in capitalizing on.
Yeah, the recovery timing was completely just manipulated by XY3, right?
Yep.
The timing was just completely well done. At the start, we did see a slight little mistake, right? Did get a combo going from inside of Team Laos, but Team Laos did not have the capability to follow that up with a true damage combo. That
Yep.
could have damaged XY3 a little bit into the half HP region, but did not manage to get that combo. XY3 found the break, as well as him being a variation. He did have that ability to, no, actually no, first game he was not variation. Yeah, second game he was a variation.
Now, of course, when it comes down to a 1-2 knockup combo, we actually don't have a 1-2 knockup that is always going to be true. Or in fact, it will never be true. So the only time that a 1-2 knockup could work is if you prime the opponents into thinking that you will always go for 1-2-3s. So the meaning that we talk about these numbers, 1, 2, 3 is basically, let's take this mouse for instance, right? 1, 2, 3. That means you are using 3 consecutive hits of the same thing, or perhaps even right click 1, 2, 3, whichever combination of left to right. But basically, it's a combination of standard hits. So you just it's a chain combo that the game allows you to do. And those are more for the beginner side of things. However, they can come in really clutch in surprising your opponents. So in this case, if you prime the opponent to keep thinking that you will always go for a 1-2-3 combo, a 1-2 knockup can actually do very well because the opponents are primed to think you're gonna unleash your 3, they will go for a parry, and as I mentioned before, a white knockup counters or wins against a red parry.
Yeah, generally you do see the pros, they do dash out of these combos with a focus, or also that switch up into the knockup as well. But the grapple is of course one of the tools that is used to chain the combos as well. So we are looking towards to see the grapple usages, especially in this 3v3 here. Now, not too sure what the lineups they are going for. This is not going to be the reminiscent lineup. I believe we made this mistake before, but this is not going to be the lineups that you see on the screen. These 3 characters, no. But once we head on into the game, we're going to find out.
Yep, just by looking at the game, it will probably give us a better idea. I believe from what I'm seeing here, we can rely on the top side, right? We can rely on the top side. We do have the Feria, Xinhuan Li, as well as Zenda, at least for the blue team. The Pinging, LD, as well as the Enor 1 coming in from the red team.
Yeah, now we do have that aerial coming in from the side of XJ Tan. Going for the sideline plays, trying to get the backstab in, and does manage to find the damage 2-1 on GMB at this point.
So at least for the side of Tan, he was going straight in for range chip at first, and now he's going to be finding himself in a 1v1 only for him to immediately run over to the other side. Because the main thing that Team China is trying to do is that they want to focus as much as possible over to a member and just try to focus one person down, which they managed to. Now going to be looking at ITL, brings him down, leaving now left with MNV. 3v1, it becomes so easy the moment that one person goes down.
Very clean movements coming out from the side of Team China. Make sure to get the range damage. Denies the center side of the battlefield as well, while the juggles are coming through. Now we do have the Enor 1 coming out from the side of Team China, but we do have the Tian Hai from the side of Team Laos.
Yep, very similar in terms of itemizations and which one they go for. Both of them have flying knives and fan. The only difference is that there is a single staff versus a single spear. They are essentially the same weapon per se, but what I really like to see is going to be Team Laos with a very reminiscent setup using the Tian Hai Tiaomush as well as Viper Ning. We're flying around in the sky a little bit, trying to be as annoying as possible. However, that's not going to be the case, as we do have Enor 1. Enor 1 goes in for a full-on transformation, goes in a 1v1 against ITL. Not going to be grabbed in any of these instances coming in from CTVS, as he's trying to do his absolute best to keep him flying up to the sky or perhaps being grappled in. That's not going to be the case though.
Very good juggle of that Monk ultimate timing, right? You did see that ultimate coming down from the side of Hadi as well. Now CTVS the only one alive. Very clean win coming out from the side of Team China. Very mechanical gameplay in terms of just timing, using that save coming out from the Hadi. Perfect timing during that transformation out from Tian Hai.
Unfortunately, when Tian Hai went into his battle monk, he was targeting the wrong person, really trying to go for the grapple on Enor 1 while he was mid-animation. So there's really not much that you can do. You are unable to cancel that channeling animation throughout the entire situation. So unfortunately, the battle monk had got zero value out of that, no damage dealt. And unfortunately, the Tianhai within that Talmush plus Viper composition, the Tianhai is the one that deals the damage. The moment you grab on two, slam them together with one another, that is almost a one-hit kill. Sometimes, I mean, almost never, but the moment that they have lost enough armor, pretty much a one-hit kill.
Yeah, that will be 3 points for Team China as well, right?
Yes.
So right now we're looking at Group B having 3 points each is Team Philippines, Team Singapore, and Team China. So Laos not looking too hot. Indeed, Team Tajikistan in the same group as well. They are currently looking at 0 points so far. So now it becomes the battle of Team China versus Team Philippines versus Team Singapore. But looking at the post-game stats coming through, XJ Chan being the main damage dealer on the Enor 1 as well. But you did see the saves coming through from the side of F Wang and TR Wang as well.
It's really unfortunate that team, CTVS in the round number 2 in trios went for the Tianhai but did not manage to land any of those grapples. As such, no damage was dealt at all. Team China definitely were very methodical with who they are gonna go for, who they are aiming, and even very willing to just abandon the fight ASAP. And it's really unfortunate that Laos is unable to catch the members from Team China while they're in the mid animation of a grapple in order to root them down to the ground.
Yeah, there was a lack of control coming out. I would say Team China just played that extremely well. Even though the characters, they do have that control as well. Team China, they really understand the cooldowns of their opponents, right? That comes with high-level gaming, right? When it comes down to a much more mechanical sense, understanding yourself, yes, understanding your character, the mastery is already there. Now, it's all about understanding the opponent as well. They can operate their characters to such a high degree such that they can actually play around with the opponents a little bit and keep them pretty much locked in towards the center of the map.
Now, with that all said and done, we are complete, or rather we have completed the match number 3. Now, of course, so far, I don't think that there is anything that is too out of the ordinary per se. The only thing that is different that I'm not used to seeing is just Matari being one of the picks over here. I'm personally a Matari player in trios as well, and sometimes even solos. But I know her grievances, and I know what is she normally lacking, and I'm mostly playing Matari because I know that I'm not that good at fights, and I just want to survive all the way in a Battle Royale. Matari is great, but in Battle Royale, not in 1v1 or 3v3.
Yeah, not definitely in this kind of setting where you are forced to fight to the end, right? You are forced to fight to the completion. There is no continuation afterwards, but there will be a continuation afterwards as we are heading towards a short break as we go on into match number 4. We'll see you guys shortly.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move. The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome back! 2026 Asian Games Qualifiers for NARAKA BLADEPOINT. 3 games down, 2 more to go. And maybe more. I'm not too sure because the games are actually ending pretty fast and the games are just steamrolling, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know how is it going to be, especially when it comes down to Philippines versus Tajikistan. But we got this upcoming game for us.
Yeah, so far it has been the case where one team's power level is way higher than the others. And I believe that this is going to be the same case as well, right? Team Philippines look way more experienced than what Team Tajikistan has to bring to the table as well. But this is always in the cases of group stages where we're still trying to figure out which teams are going to make it to the playoffs where things actually matter way more.
Yep. Now, of course, before we jump right into the game, I would like to take this moment in time and just give a huge shout out to every single one of you for tuning into the stream. And of course, in order for this stream to happen, and of course to make it this, to make all this possible, huge shout out over to our co-organizers. Of course, we gotta have to give a huge shout out to SGA as well as Zenway Productions in support for sports promotions. We got Sports SG, and of course our official resort partner. We've got Resorts World Sentosa, and of course more of our other sponsors as well. We do have got our Secret Lab and My Republic. If not for them, once again, all of these would not be possible.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. And once again, thank you to the audience for tuning in as well. The support has been amazing, and the support to your teams as well, as Team Philippines takes the stage right now with the roster of Espejo, Paclibar, Perez, and also Denoso. Coming in from the side of Team Philippines, we saw that Paclibar, he is the 1v1 specialist coming out, right?
Yep, and he did a really good job in the previous game as well. I'm not sure whether he will be running the same characters as well as the same weapons, but generally, I would say that they are going for the they are generally gonna go for the same thing because that is their specialty, right? They are specialists of very certain weapons and stuff. And I think that if I recall correctly, the first game he would play with flying knives. And flying knives is an interesting one. It's one of the only weapons, like melee weapons, that is a hybrid of melee and ranged, which is why in the trios you can see that even though there's no range involved, the flying knives is the only one that can, really hit at range, and it's a pretty annoying one at that.
Yeah, there is that 3v3 weapon that we normally see, but in that 1v1, its scenarios does pop up. But looking at their shirts, right, it's amazing to see the Lakan Matatag on the side, the Sivo on the right side as well. But looking at the side of Team Tajikistan, these guys, they're pretty much newer when it comes to NARAKA BLADEPOINT. We got Barom, we got Jamshed, we got Ramon, and we got Subhon as well.
Yep. So at least in the last time that we saw from the side of Tajikistan, I think I can't exactly remember very well what kind of combos do they usually go for, but I think it's more of the basic combos. But don't get me wrong, basic combos are not inherently used a lot in professional scene. However, they can be massive curveballs.
Yeah, they can, especially if you can prime your opponent to thinking that, yeah, you're going for that focus combos, whether or not you're playing the dagger, right? You go to dash into that focus combo as well. Then, of course, you can suddenly just animation cancel your way out of it with the blue focus as well. So there are a lot of mind games to be played in a higher level where the fan, you can pull out the range attack or you can just pull out the focus combo as well.
I completely forgot about the fact that there is fan, right? There's single gust out of absolutely nowhere as well.
Disgusting weapon, bro.
Yeah, creates unnecessary distance. I'm not saying unnecessary, but it creates distance. That's something that, in a 1v1 fighting game is kind of very difficult to kind of deal with, which is why I expect to see a lot more flying knives, a lot of fans as well. And fan being a very mobile and agile weapon as well is pretty much the sub weapon of a dagger for those people that are used to a dagger. Now, do note that in this mode, Soul Jades are also not part of it. For those people that know Soul Jade, for those people that doesn't know what a Soul Jade is, Soul Jades are basically modifiers to your characters. Some of these standard Soul Jades, they will give you a flat bonus of boost in attack, melee defense, range defense, as well as health. However, there are also special soul jades, the specialty ones, whereby they give you additional modifiers and additional keywords to your characters and weapons. Sometimes to a form of completely altering your focus attacks, completely altering what they are able to do, to a point that when you're playing as a pole sword, you might just be riding onto a horse and just dashing for days, doing this cleaving animation. Unfortunately, we would not see that here. So everything that you will be watching in this 1v1 is actually bare bones.
Yeah, it's going to be bare bones. It's going to be that most fair matchup that we can give, right?
No RNG.
Yeah, there's very little RNG involved. It's going to be the purest skill involved as well. So this is going to be a pure fighting style tournament where it's going to be 1v1, 3v3s with no soul jades at all. And also at the same time, no long range weapons since we are in the martial arts arena as well. So now we do have the characters being picked out. It looks like Shen will be that first pick together with the Yoto on the second and Akos on the third as well. And for Ramon, it seems like it's going to be Akos on the first.
Yep, Akos, Matari, and then the Inor Wand as well. So we'll see whether we'll be able to make it all the way to the third game, but most likely I would say the Philippines does have the superiority in terms of their martial artistness, if that's a word. The martial prowess.
Yeah, they've been training in the mountains. They've been cultivating so far. And yeah, now finally time to show it on the stage against Team Tajikistan. Now, Team Paklibar, he's going to have the staff versus the spear coming out from the side of Ramon.
Okay, so a 1-2-3 combo coming from the side of Ramon. However, it's unfortunate the 1-2-3 from Paklibar happens as well because he was trying to go for a little bit of the airtime combo. While Paklibar went for a pretty good shot so far, but so far he still has his full armor available. Create some distance to reset some neutral. You can see that Paklibar is doing what he could, but both of them have decided to take a snack break as Paklibar only require. Oh, Ramon didn't heal. Ramon didn't heal up completely as the skill rush connects Paklibar all the way over to Ramon and he will finish it off.
Yeah, I mean, surprising, right? Ramon, given the fact that he did use that ultimate form, did not use any other jump exploits that we do see out of the Akos as well. But now going into the second matchups as well, Paklibar is going to have a good time. We saw what Yoto did in game number 1, right? Yep. We know that that cheese is possible, but this matchup, I don't see the combo breaking. Oh no!
Oh, he commented into the focus. And now Paklibar skills rush right into the face of Ramon. And Ramon already lost all of his armor with the quick little grapple combo. And just like that, he's missed his focus. Was not punished though, so that is the surprising part.
Yeah, just easy grapple into hits. The second knockup combo was found as well. It's clear to see that Team Philippines are way ahead of the curve compared to Team Tajikistan when it comes down to game knowledge alone.
Yep, and of course mechanics as well, right? At least from what we saw from Tajikistan, it looks like they like more of the spear and the staff. In this case, spear and the staff are essentially the same movesets, but slightly altered. And the staff is essentially the better spear. So most of the time, we won't be seeing spears. We will mostly be seeing the staff.
Yeah, but it seems like they do like that combo.
They do kind of like it,
But we don't have a lot of the short daggers. We don't have the fans. We don't really get that much. We don't get the mind games going up that much, right?
Yep.
The long versus the short weapons, there is that speed difference in that you're giving up in terms of the reach, but it becomes nullified when actually you're playing the fan as well, which I'm surprised has not come up.
Not yet, at least.
At all.
I think even in solos and trios, right?
Yeah.
Wait, did we see
trios? Yes.
Trios, yes, but
Trios,
not in
yes.
solos. Yeah. So there are actually also a lot more weapons that can be seen. Of course, longsword and whipsword. They are the same weapon, just that the whipsword is technically the better version of longsword. We got katana and hengsword. Hengsword is also basically the better version of katana. But personally, I am more of a katana guy. I'm sadistic, that's why. But or rather, I'm masochistic. But I love to use katana because I feel that katana is actually one of the most high skill ceiling weapon. But it actually does not give you the right amount of damage for just how difficult it is to use.
It is a very showy weapon.
It is.
Yeah,
it is.
but a lot of the pros have been telling us that katana is trolling, no?
Yeah, katana is a trolley weapon. Yeah.
Yeah, because
At
a
this
lot,
stage,
a lot
yeah.
of your hits are very telegraphed in terms of you cannot really kind of have the versatility to go into a dash, focus, or anything else for that matter. It takes quite a bit of time. There's a bit of wind up when it comes to the katana as well, and a lot of pros exploit that.
One of the other main thing is that katana's main reaching reaching ability or attack is actually the vertical strike, right? The vertical strike from the bottom to the top. It is guaranteed to hit the opponents no matter what stance they are on. The horizontal strike from the katana goes this way. So in some of these animations, like for the katana's focus strike, you actually bend low enough where if you were to dodge that focus, your left click, the horizontal strike, actually cannot connect. And unfortunately, that strike is the one that gives enough stagger for true combo into a knockup. Your right click, the vertical strike, will never be true. It is more of a chip. It is more of a way to close distances. But there is no true in right click. Left click, yes, but it's so difficult to land, almost impossible to land, unless the opponents really mess up.
So that's why it's a trolley weapon. But now we see the lineups coming out from both teams. It seems as if Team Tajikistan, they're going for the Akos into the Feria.
Akos, Feria, and Yueshan, yeah.
Yueshan? Yeah.
So that's gonna be the first game matchup. For the Philippines, I think I saw Akos,
as well?
Viper, Ning as well.
Yeah.
Can't remember what was the other one though, but we'll see once we run right in.
Yeah, once again, these games are gonna flash by in a blink of an eye as we head on
Syra,
into
okay.
game number 2. It's gonna be Syra, Viper, Ning. Oh man, this combo has been devastating, especially players of a lower skill level. And Team Tajikistan, they need to be wary of that. Do they learn that they can't group up versus this play?
Yep. At this point in time, the fight is going to be split into two. 2v2 and a 1v1. Feria from the side of Tajikistan immediately pops into the form, which is actually not too great because this way he lost a form of survivability. As such, the members of Tajikistan is actually going to be focusing on the Tenyoso, and a really good shot as Baron just mounted himself, or rather rooted himself down over to the ground. But we already got one person down though, and that is going to be the side of Akos.
Yeah, surprisingly from the side of Team Tajikistan, Akos was cut down to the side as we see Tenoso still providing that support, just being extremely irritating as a Syra, and all three.
All of that flying knives. That's something that you will be able to expect because the members can get the flying knives for themselves. And right now, at least for the members of Tajikistan, they're actually going for something a little bit different. Is that the dual halberd, which we actually don't see that often. Well, the side of Team Philippines, we are looking at a fan, a spear, as well as a flying knife, if I see correctly.
Yeah, straight up transformation coming out from the side of Kim Hai. Can he get a grapple here? Does not land it so far. Purified Circle has been dropped out by Tenoso and does get the grapple in. Very key damage. Instantly takes out Tajikistan once again. Oh, that's a double KO.
Yep. You see, one of them only lost like half of his armor. The moment you lose half of your armor and you literally see your fellow teammates on the other hand, you know you're closing your eyes and you're just like sweet, sweet dreams.
Yo, what is this game, man? Team Philippines, they're just destroying their opponents right now. I would love to see Team Philippines go up against Team China.
Oh man,
we're gonna have a strong team versus a strong team next one.
Yeah.
I would say.
But I kind of know the result of that as well.
Yeah, definitely. Team Singapore are gonna win, right?
Definitely.
I hope, because Team Singapore versus Team China is up next. And we know that we are probably going to see something very similar to Team Philippines versus Team Tajikistan. Because in terms of skill level, I would say Team China are just very far up there in terms of mechanical prowess, in terms of just being on that mountain alone.
So at this point, the mountain is getting higher and higher, making the hill, the ridge rather, steeper and steeper. It was originally like this, right? And it's just kind of getting like, at one point in time, it's just full on verticality. You're just
I think it's a
scaling a
90-degree wall right
At this
now.
point, it's probably a 90-degree wall. I don't know. I don't know how you're supposed to skill rush all the way to the top. Grappling hook, sure, that could be fine, but honestly, in actual retrospect, the format doesn't allow you to grapple hook your way up to China.
Yeah, that's not supposed to happen.
That's not
Grappling
supposed to happen.
hooks are for combos, guys. Grappling hooks are for...
Who cares about mobility?
Who
It's
cares?
all to animation cancel.
Yeah, it's all to animation cancel, right? Because in terms of pro gameplay, yeah, grappling hooks, you gotta use it for the animation cancel into the secondary combo. Unless you're playing like a Hadi, you know, you just fly up. Don't use the grappling hook.
To be honest, I find the concept, or rather the concept of the grappling hook mechanic to be really interesting. How
Yeah.
a simple mobility tool has been found to be used in this way, where you can animation cancel so that you can land on the floor easier and to continue your combo. And it's not only that. For those people that are new to the game and you are trying out the typical whip sword combination, you right click, you uppercut them, you grapple down to the ground, you realize, hey, why am I doing a double slash in the air? Well, let me tell you guys exactly how to actually ground yourself after that grappling hook after this very short break. Moment and I will be back with you guys for the next match.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move. The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again. We are looking at game number 4, the match number 4, coming in for the 2026 Asian Game Qualifiers for NARAKA BLADEPOINT. My name is Abstract, with me here is Moman. The both of us are gonna be running through with you for the remainder of the games.
Yeah, so right now we're going to have the beginning of the end, as we call it. Oh, yes, we're going to have, I believe, Team China versus Team Singapore.
Yep, one of the top dogs. We definitely gonna have to take a look at how that is gonna look like, because at least when it comes down to us having a conversation with Team Singapore, they are very confident that they will do not that well with Team China.
They're very confident that they are not going to do well at all, because they're shaking in their boots as they're going to see it. But looking at the lineups coming in from the side of Team Singapore, we got AE Mohammed, we got LRG Lee, SQH Tan, and also YHK Tan as well. So we did see, I believe, Mohammed playing twice on that 1v1 and also on the 3v3s as well. So right now, in the 1v1s, it will be that same lineup with Mohammed. It will be going up against XY Sui, most likely coming in from Team China.
Now, of course, when it comes down to, you know, their opponent, we definitely need to take a look at who exactly is the one that's playing as the solo player. And unfortunately, if we are right, then we have to be really careful about who we are going up against with, because it looks like the initials are correct, the last names are correct, and this guy has got a stacked name. But before that, we do have F1, KB Su, TR Wang, XJ Tan, and XY Sui, which also might very likely be Sui Xiang Jun, which also goes by the moniker or the name Spider.
Okay.
And
okay.
Spider has a lot of achievements and accolades to himself, and the last thing that I see over here is that he is the Mid-Season Championship 2025 solo first place, and the second place of the World Championship 2025 solo for 2025. NBPL, we definitely see a couple of times here, as I can see. Well, basically this guy has a lot of the accolades. Spider.
Okay, so we are practically going up against one of the top, right? One of the top here, right? The god of NARAKA BLADEPOINT 1v1 to ever exist. Yeah, so it's a lot of learning experience. There's a lot of learning experience, right?
Yep.
But what can you learn when you're just being juggled up in the air infinitely, and also you just have a lot of time to admire the scenery, I guess.
Probably, yeah. At this point in time, what can you learn is a very important thing, right? I think that there's a lot of game planning coming in here for Mohammed, and I think that this is a very tough matchup all by itself, because honestly, it's not every day. It's not any day that you can just randomly go up 1v1 against a top solo player in the entirety of NARAKA BLADEPOINT.
I think it's not even NARAKA, it's like every single game. Every single game that you're playing. It's not every day you get to play against the top one. And right now, we have the top one going Variation, Akos, and also the Yoto, if we ever have that game 3.
Yes, and in the meantime, Mohammed, it seems like he's going to go for Zenda Wu first, right off the bat, and afterwards with a Velda Tsui, and if I recall correctly, I think I saw a Telmush, either a Telmuch or something else, and we'll get down to that eventually. Yes, that is going to be a Telmuch. So, right off the bat, we are going to be looking at a really tough, possibly tough game, but I'm super stoked to see how Team Singapore is going to get out of this.
Yeah, so Zenda Wu does have that range capability going up against the staff coming out from the side of XY Sui. A straightaway one break combo. We do have that blue. Okay, well, he uses the skill, uses the F.
Yeah, okay, so it looks like we have quite a bit of combo going on to the side of Singapore, and he immediately pulls up well with an F. Since Singapore is having a tough time when it comes down to rushing things out, but it will be popping out the ultimate, taking a few hits on over to the Sui. However, a quick long dash is going to be allowing him to just dash right off every single one of these range abilities, and the Sui trying to do his absolute best to catch up, but decides to go for a long focus. We gotta test what Sui is trying to do.
Yeah, short into the long XY3, playing the mind games extremely well. Mohammed couldn't get the range out in time as well. Now, we do have the 5th blades coming out from the side of the Akos. as well as Muhammad. Hey, no, he's not playing the fist blade yet.
Yep, so right off the bat, he's just going to go in for the Hanging Sword. And honestly, we don't see that very often.
Yeah.
And this is actually a really tough play. But he's just going to go straight in, being absolutely jumped for now. Immediately with a good stun coming in from 3's F, juggled, and there is no way for him to get out of this, as this is the true combo that initially we were talking about. The V comes in for the side of Team Singapore. He's trying to catch up, holds up with the F, tries to get a little bit of that soaking action as well as to send him up to the sky, but he can't seem to land. He misses that shot. He still has quite a lot of armor to work with, but he's not gonna go down anytime soon, but this is all gonna be true.
Yeah. Once again, that range combo coming in through from the side of XY3. Very good cancel into that range combo. And then we see why he is the #1, right? Just clear-cut distinction, even against a team like Singapore.
Yep. There was a lot of blue focus plays from the side of from Spider, and he's constantly just getting out of those staggered animations that Muhammad is trying to land. He wasn't able to root him down in place in hopes to be able to continue with the chains or the true combos that he's trying to at least go for. But none of that worked out, and even when he went for her ultimate, he was trying to look for an opening. But Sui was very effective with every single one of his dashes, and even one of the missed spears definitely did not help.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, I would say the early matchup when you go Zenda Wu versus, I believe it's a Farrier Shen, right? Yeah, Farrier Shen? First one?
I think so.
Yeah, Farrier Shen.
Farrier Shen, yes.
There was that capability where you can use the range exploits, but the bow hits, they were just not landing. There was a very good kite capability coming out from the side of XY3 at the same time, and he still had his mech available.
Yep. I think he ended the game without using his mech, right?
Didn't need it.
Yeah, he was out of control, and he was literally he was literally the terrorizer in this game, right? As much as possible, Muhammad was really doing his absolute best to fend off the opponents, but albeit it wasn't good enough, as the mind games as well as the decisions that the Team China made was ultimately way more superior.
Yeah, looking at the amount of damage coming through, that's the only thing that matters here in the 1v1. XY3 just dealing just significant amount, 5,172. And Muhammad, he did respond, right? In the first round, we did see a certain amount of combo being landed, but same time could not carry through. Very good combo breaker coming out from the side of XY3 as well.
Now, when your HP is so low, when you are playing as a dagger, there's really not much that you could do. You will want to test the distance, you want to test to see what Sui is trying to do, but just a single hit coming in from Sui would take you down. At that point in time, you're probably trying to bait out a hit so that you can shot dash into and connect into something else. But realistically, I don't think that you have a window for you to sneak an attack in and try to restart the combo.
Yeah, now going with that 3v3, we are going to have that difference in lineups coming out. So they did swap out TH Wang for, I believe it's KB Xu that will be coming in for that 3v3 as well. So XJ Tan, F Wang, and KB Xu will be playing for Team China. Meanwhile, for Team Singapore, I believe LGR Lee will be coming in, Mr. Linus himself, and also Muhammad coming in for the 3v3 and SQH Tan as well.
So ultimately, we have a bit more time to go as the lineup is currently forming for both of these two teams. What we would be able to expect from these two is that most likely they will be localizing a single target and just go straight ham at that one character. The moment that one person goes down, the better it is. It's all about a game of counter-strikes, focuses, and character abilities and ultimates. If any of these were to land on the opponents, it is going to guarantee your team into further form of victory. Of course, getting a tiebreaker all the way until no one has their character skills as well as ultimate is very unlikely. As Team China, I'm pretty sure that they will do really well as they come in with Hardy, Zipinian, as well as, of course, Inor 1.
Yeah, so far so good. I did see the second lineup coming in from Team China though. Very aggressive, right? No support characters going in with the Zenda Wu, Xuhuan Li, and also the Farrier Shen as well.
Farrier Shen,
yeah.
Okay.
So there is a very, very mobility heavy lineup with the damage dealer being Xuhuan Li.
Okay, so it looks like we got the typical lineup coming from Singapore with the Vipening, Arcos, as well as Syra. Understandably, Syra is the one that will be on the supportive role. Well, in the meantime, for Team Singapore, I think that they have quite a number to their hands, and we'll see how that's gonna work out for them.
Yeah, we do have that combination coming through. So the support players are going to be that main focus, Ping as well as the Syra. But straight away, first hit being found from the side of Team China.
There's a lot of distance plays coming on. Well, in the meantime, we do have a quick little Vipening that just goes straight on for the ultimate, but definitely trying to hold them out as much as possible. The pillars is going to be the one of the main thing that will help them hold out, but this is going to be a really good start onto XJ Tan, bring him all the way down. But however, he is in his transformed state, so he's not too concerned about all of these. Team Singapore, they're trying to do their absolute best, but they did manage to repel Team China away for a tad a little bit, as this is going to create a little bit of a divide between the two teams.
Now, this is a great timing from the side of Team China. They did expend all of Team Singapore's ultimates, and the great use of that spell by the side of Ping as well takes out the Arcos from the side of Team Singapore. Now, only Mohammed left. That will be a clean sweep coming out from the side of Team China.
Not gonna be an easy fight at all as we move on to round number 2, as we do have Xu Huan Li as well as Zenda Wu part of this lineup together with the Feria Shen for the red team. As of course on the opposite side with the Ziping in Inor 1 as well as Hadi.
Yeah, so right now they will have the aerial capability available provided by the Hadi as well. We did see a cheeky grapple to try and get into that space as well, but huddled up is Team Singapore as they need to be. They do have that ability to transform now, but they are doing a great job of aiming down the Ziping. The healer needs to be taken out. Team China with great target prioritization.
Unfortunately, it does seem like we do have the Ziping that will go down pretty quickly due to the fact that everyone's just going to be focusing on whatever that they can, as getting verticality coming in with the focus strikes is going to land a lot of these pokes abilities down to the opponents. With Hadi being the last one available, he's unable to protect anyone else anymore. As he's going 1v3, the Federation constantly firing barrages right at him, but just like that, he's gonna be 1v3 out of this world.
Yeah, there is just so much range damage coming through from the side of Team China, going for the Xu Huan Li, going for the Zenda, and also that Feria Shen to add on that range capability. You saw that great target prioritization coming out from the side of Team China to go for the Ziping first. Make sure that even though there's a Hadi available, there is that timing where you can find the Ziping way before you get the utility even off the ground.
It's really unfortunate that they were not able to play the rescue mission from the Hadi. As such, they will fall to Team China, and in a very decisive manner as well, right? Team China, they are really strong, and they will do whatever that they can in order to clean sweep everyone in the group, which I believe that thus far, they have a total of 2 games done, at least on stream, which was a clean sweep. I believe that they have massive amount of points for them already.
Yeah, they currently will have max points available right now, but looking at the post-game statuses, right, you can see that game 2 in terms of that trio stats as well. You see the amount of damage coming out from the side of F Wang as well, and also looking at the damage coming through from the side of Singapore, right? We are mostly looking at damage here. The healing does matter, especially when it comes down to those clutch heals. They did get the Viper Ning's ultimate onto, I believe, XJ Tan, but KB Shu manages to heal him out into that Enor 1 damage as well.
There was a lot that went on. Of course, having the Viper Ning's ultimate to just hook and to just lock onto one person was great. However, it was after all a transformed Enor 1. So he does not concern himself with that. It did not matter to him at any point in time. If it was an untransformed one, then okay, there might be some form or some point in time where Team Singapore might be able to get 1 kill. The moment that they get 1 kill, the fight becomes way simpler.
Yeah, so now it becomes to a point where I believe we already have our top 2 in the leaderboards, I would say. Like, thinking about it, Team Philippines, they did get 2 wins, right? They did get 2 wins, so they're currently at 6 6 points.
6 points.
Yeah,
Yes.
meanwhile, Team China are 6 points,
points
but
as well.
they will be playing out the full round robin. So there are 4 teams that you can actually play against. So if you think about it, there's a maximum of 12 points capable. So you want to get that 12 points, and if you do get that 12 points, top 2 will be going to playoffs. So we'll find out the standings shortly soon, but we'll be going for a short little break, and we'll see you guys after the break.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move. The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
gentlemen, welcome back once again. We do have quite a few games that is scheduled for you, as you guys saw from the previous graphics. But regardless, welcome back to the 2026 Asian Games Qualifiers for NARAKA BLADEPOINT.
Yeah, we've had an interesting amount of games so far today, and this is going to be by far the most interesting one of all.
Yes.
Because it will showcase the bottom two in Group B, right? Currently sitting at both 0 points. It will be Team Laos versus Team Tajikistan, and whether or not they both have the chops to stay in the group.
Now that is definitely going to be a question that every one of us is going to be wondering, and the question that we have is, who's going to be the one that will come out of this? For Team Laos, we do have CTVS, ITL, MNV, and ODS, with ODS being the solos player and the other three to be the trios player.
Yeah, currently there are certain stakes here in AGQ. So in the qualifiers, we will have one team being eliminated from the group stages. So they will not be able to go on to day 2. So the bottom of the group, for both Group A, Group B, and Group C, they will be eliminated and they won't make it to lower bracket playoffs tomorrow, where all the 3rd and 4th seed will be fighting for just 2 slots.
Now, of course, on the other side, we're gonna see and take a look from Team Tajikistan. We do have Barom, Jamshed, Ramon, and Subon, and they're coming in for this. And so far, I gotta have to say that for Team Tajikistan, they did definitely show a little bit more understanding in the game. I definitely gotta have to say, but albeit still a bit on the surface level form of combo so far. So hopefully in this fight together with Laos, it would show more of their idea into their game. Possibly is because the previous games they were kind of one-sided, so they wasn't really quite didn't manage to quite show what they are made of and what kind of information, what kind of play styles they technically have.
Yeah, going up against the top tier, right? They were up against Team Philippines, Team China. Yeah, you're gonna have a lot of combos where you're juggled up in the air. You're not supposed to do anything. You can't do anything because at that point, it should have been done before you got juggled, right? So now it's all about the before. They are learning how to play that before stage properly, whether or not they can execute the tap dodges, whether or not the blue focuses can be executed properly. And so far, I've not seen a single blue focus from either of these teams.
So not that much as well. But regardless, I do want to see if whether they will be able to kind of play at a high level. I think that's one of the main question. What kind of combos do they normally have? Because each weapons have their very own unique combos, with the fist blades actually being one of the easiest one. And of course, remember before we went off to a break, I did mention about the combination when it comes down to whip sword. When you after your grapple, when you try to left mouse button, you kind of slash the air, or you go for the uppercut, or rather you went for the plunging strike. The trick is that once right after your grappling, you gotta have to hold on to either the left button or the right button, meaning the movement controls, the A or the D, in order for yourself to actually land on the floor. I don't know how that works, but someone found it, and that has been the way ever since you are able to grapple animation cancel.
Yo, is that a Tessa? I believe that's a Tessa.
Yes,
yeah.
that's a Tessa. We have Tessa as well as a Yotohime coming in, and honestly, we don't see a lot of Tessas.
Yeah, so now ODS with the Tessa debut over here will have the Fox Spirit to enchant and also enchant your opponent as well. So now you will have that stun capability. That's a good combo starter so far, but both armors are at that top point. Unable to land a full combo on each other so far. That good knockup coming out from the side of Ramon. That Yotohime cheese will be gotten out of it so far for now. And ODS getting out of the combo.
Yep, left, and of course a good focus strike. Enchantress Enchanted once again onto Ramon, but this gonna be tested for a pretty long time. Enchanted now, this is a free focus hit right down over to the Yotohime.
Yeah, pretty much cheese when it comes down to getting that free combo starter when you are playing that Tesla as well. Learning how to just go out of that enchant rage a bit hard, given the fact that she does have that group enchant available as well. Generally, we see it more in trios, but that 1v1 is also capable as well.
And right off the bat, looks like we do have a good sword against a spear. Once again, the Matari is what we're going to be seeing. But take a look at ODS. He did go for right and pretty much a 1-2 combo, right? Didn't exactly go for one and an uppercut. He's constantly trying to reach that one hit. However, he's not exactly holding on to his right mouse button to get more of this super armor to ensure that he can cover a little bit more distance. But it pops off with the ultimate. Will be landing a couple of shots, but it's not going to be continuously spamming every single one of these. And there we go, finally unleashing the second blast and the last one.
Yeah, that's a great usage of that and Wu, where you do have that controllability. We did know that it's going to pop up in that 1v1. It is popular in that 3v3 format as well, but a very good way to land your combo as well.
Now, of course, by the end of that fight, it is going to be Team Laos that managed to get the win for this solo fight out. Now, solos is going to be a lot more, it's a 1v1, a lot more games, and that's pretty much all, right? It can be really fast as well. The trios is where things will definitely start to shake up a lot.
Yeah, there were a lot of missed opportunities in terms of combos as well. That's why you see in the solos, that's why these Team Laos and Team Tajikistan, they would struggle against Team China, or also the side of Team Philippines as well, where the combo is much more cleaner, right?
Yep.
We did see that 1-2, we did see that knock-up as well, but it's not followed up by a grapple or also a 2-1-1 as well. But now, we looking at the post-match stats, slightly more damage coming out from ODS, Ramon at 4,000.
Honestly, I was kind of expecting a lot more focus spamming, and honestly, that's a nice thing to see, that both teams are not just focus spamming, because focus spamming is a very, well, ruthless way to play. Because you're just going to be countered too many times the moment that the opponent is primed to understand that, okay, you're just releasing.
Yeah. So at that point, the Counter-Strike plays become very much more obvious. But I believe they do have that bear chops where it takes, oh yeah, you're focus spamming. Yeah, I'm definitely just going to parry you. I believe they are at that level to be able to play on that pro stage, right?
Yep.
But definitely not on that different level where you're gonna be able to say, oh yeah, I can take down Team China. No, you're not still there.
Honestly, it's gonna be a little bit of a tough fight, but it does seem like we are preparing ourselves to get into the lobby for this trio matchup. What is going to be the compensation that we might be looking out for? I think that is going to be the main question, but ultimately, if they are relatively new-ish to the game, one of the main usage and one of the main commonly used characters definitely gonna be the Tianhai Viper Ning together with the Telmosh.
Yeah.
These are the characters that is right out available for you, and they make up a very good combo.
And whether or not they will be playing the support characters, I haven't been seeing them much out from Team Laos and also Team Tajikistan. Whether or not they're playing the Ziping as well as the Syra, the ability to have the save, the ability to have the heal on the Hadi as well.
Yep.
So yeah, whether or not they do play that, I want to see that as well, right? Whether or not they can combine the Syra and also the Viper Ning as well, whether they play the Akos into the Viper Ning, that will be a great combo that they might have as well.
Now, of course, I think sniping the Viper Ning is something that a Matari could, like picking up Matari, you need to be able to snipe out where their Viper Ning is usually played. So if you are able to read from the previous game and you see, okay, they are always playing Viper Ning on game 1 or game 2, that is where you can use these advantages to your, use this information to your advantage and try to pick up a character, pick up Matari and be like, okay, goodbye to Moonsbane to you.
Yeah, there we have it. Both sides, as you mentioned, we will have double Tianhai coming out from both sides. So the Monk is there indeed. And you mentioned the Tumulch into that Viper Ning combo that will be there for the side of Team Laos on the red side, I believe. Yep, that will be them. And also, as we head on into the battlefield, we will be taking a look at Team Tajikistan's lineup as well. So very curious to see what they are playing. They do have that Syra.
As right now, we're going to be looking at, oh, okay, exactly what we were kind of asking for, what we were thinking about exactly. And oh my god, they actually sniped the Matari onto the Viper Ning. This is actually not too bad at all. One of the very small situations where having a Viper, having a Matari is actually great. But it does seem like the battle mark coming from CTVS is going to appear. Barom is going to do the same as well. One of them has been grabbed on, however, is going to escape real soon. You might want to slam that guy down before. Yep, looks like Sabon will be able to escape from that.
Yeah, not able to land the damage onto Ramon. Laos, they do pop the ultimate coming out from the side of Viper Ning. The control might come through in time.
Looks like Barom managed to grab on the two. You need to slam them. You need to slam them. There we go. That's a damage. That's the big damage coming in. As such, the Matari is going to be taken down already. It's going to be a 3v2 right now. And MNV as well as CTVS doesn't seem to have a lot of HP left. However, it is going to be a 3v1 after all. It will be amazing if Barom is able to do anything from here. But they will go down to a bunch of flying knives.
Yeah, Team Laos with that first lineup just doing extremely well for themselves. It looks like a very similar lineup here with the Hadi and Ping. Actually, double support coming out from the side of Team Laos with the Enor 1 being the main damage dealer. Meanwhile, for the side of Team Tajikistan, they do have the Akos into Enor 1 into Feria Shun. So this is a lot of range and also damage capabilities coming out from Team Tajikistan.
Yep, as is for now, it does seem like we do have the map. It's just going to be flying right in and summon in pretty early. Well, in the meantime, CTVS is also going to be transforming himself and trying to put all of this pressure down onto Subon. But 1v1 over here, not exactly the 1v1 that you kind of want to get yourself into. As you can see, a bunch of damage coming in. Just going to be putting Subon to lose every single one of his armor. If he's able to run away, that will be great. However, CTVS that is playing here, he will have very good chase ability. And of course, Memphis, CTVS, and ITL, they are all still very healthy. With a couple of these flying knives still available, Barom is currently in a very tough spot.
Yeah, unable to combo break out of that as Ramon gets taken out. Now only Barom, the only person left in that 2v1 situation. Hadi does get taken out, but it is a Ping and also, you know what?
Double wait, that was great. Unfortunately, Barom is that's too much for him to handle. Barom very close to getting a really good clutch play. He didn't manage to go for, he managed to parry, but not a counter strike. Otherwise, I think that would have been dead.
Yeah, that punish should have come through from the side of Team Tajikistan, and it could have put them in a 1v1 situation where Barom would have much better time as well. So now congratulations to Team Laos, who will be getting 3 points from this match as well.
Now, Laos being the one that will move on, not say move on, but getting themselves a very, I would say, decisive victory over Tajikistan. And honestly, pretty close, I would say. They all have a fair share of exchanges, as you can see from the damage chart. Yeah, look at Barom, man.
Yeah, Barom, one person by himself, 12,505 damage, dealing extremely good, and also very good counterplay coming out from the side at the last stages. But the team synergy was just so good coming out from the side of Team Laos, where they did have to support. The Hadi was used well, the Siren was used well as well.
I gotta have to say that Team Tajikistan, even though they have lost in that trios match, we gotta give the MVP over to Barom, right? He survived for so long, and I think that he was using the flying knife. So a lot of those poke damage, focus poke damage came from him, and they were trying to stick onto a strategy, which unfortunately made a little bit difficult because all the transformation on the field, all the damage that you deal are not lethal damage at all. It really just boils down to having, you know, decent poke, inflated amount of damage figures over to your name.
Yeah, and also the format for the tournament makes for a very interesting top half, right? Where your 1v1 becomes much more important in the grand scheme of things. I'm not too sure whether or not we'll be following the same format in the playoffs, but we're gonna have to find out as we're heading for a short break, and we'll see you guys shortly after.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move. The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
gentlemen, welcome back once again. 2026 Asian Games Qualifiers for NARAKA BLADEPOINT. We are currently in match number 7, and we should be looking at a very tight matchup between Team Singapore versus Team Philippines.
Yeah. So given the points, this is where stakes actually matter, right?
Yes.
Singapore versus Philippines, they are fighting for that top 2 spot. So far in this group, Team China, I would say, there's no disputing the fact that they're going to be top 1. But
100%.
that top 2 spot, this is what's going to be mattering. Because the litmus test of Singapore going against Philippines, if we can do well, yeah, we make it to Aichi Nagoya without questions. But if we don't, then, well, we try again tomorrow.
Yep. So what's gonna happen? What we gonna have to expect that we have almost been we almost played out the entire of Group B. We more or less have a very good idea of what the power levels are, except for the mirror match between, or not mirror, but the match between Philippines and Singapore. Because right now everything just points to Philippines and Singapore being equal. But but this game will help us understand if the Philippines or Singapore is on second, and of course, subsequently, who's third.
Okay, so stats-wise, on theory, you know, just given by who lost against who and who won against who, this team right here, Team Philippines, consisting of Espejo, Paclibar, Perez, and also Denoso, they are on theory, they're on par, right? But from what I'm hearing from the ground, from the players themselves, they are way ahead of Team Singapore.
They are way ahead.
Yeah, they're way ahead of Team Singapore.
Oh, that's not good. That's not good. It's really unfortunate. Oh, because there will always be this thing where, you know, humility, and they're just like, oh no, we are worse. We're bad.
Yeah, we're
not
bad.
That good.
We're not that good.
You don't know if whether it's just Team Singapore being humble or they're just, you know, very factual. And we wouldn't know until the game actually does happen.
Okay. I'm gonna take it with a pinch of salt.
Yep.
So I'm rooting for our boys here at Team Singapore. We got AE Mohammed with the 1v1, LRG Lee, SQH Tan, and YHK Tan as well.
Now, of course, I've had my fair share with playing against one of these pro players, right? I mean, we all know who we are referring to, you know, Mr. Lee over there, right? He has been playing for a long time, and so did I. I played it since like the very first season, and I played until I honestly I can't exactly remember when did I play it until, but stopped for a while. But I'm pretty confident in my abilities, and I think that I am one of the you know, better than average kind of players, right? But when I go up against Mr. Lee, yeah, I don't stand a chance at all. Like, you can tell that there is a very massive disparity between players from one rank to another. Like, you can't touch them. Like, like there are people that I can touch them. I can do a decent amount. I can, you know, I can knock them up. I can land the first hit, so on and so forth, right? That means that they are relatively of my level. We can fight. But this Mr. Lee, I can't touch him. Every single strike that I try to go for, he somehow can super armor through it, or he will punish me immediately, or he dodges through it. There was no answer for me to do at all. I dictate the pace of the fight, but he reacts and he knows what I'm trying to do. And honestly, that is kind of disgusting. Yeah,
that is a reactionary game in its essence as well, in terms of pattern recognition, in terms of fundamentals. But looking at the matchup going in, we're going to have AE Mohammed going up against Paclibar so far, and we'll be having the first matchup of Ferrashen going up against Zendao.
Okay, so this is gonna be fun, right? Because we have a artillery mech girl versus the archer, and honestly, it could literally quite go any way. There is no such pairing, or there is no such thing whereby, oh, you pick this character is definitely gonna win. No, they are just tools that aid you in your playstyle. Some characters allows you to go for an enhanced and a very long true combo, while some characters allows you to allow you to combo break and allow you to get yourself out of very difficult spots.
Yeah, Fistblade versus Staff will be the matchup here. Both characters just playing around the pillar so far.
Good
One
skill
best
rush
better stall, the rush coming through from the side of Muhammad, and we do have the first instance of damage already onto Muhammad at this point. But now
nice.
Muhammad, he does find the true combo onto Qualifier so far, but straight up counter, not combo broke as the tap dodge was found, and Qualifier now with a great punish onto Muhammad. Is this going to be a true combo? No, there's still one more reset left coming out from the side of Team Singapore.
And immediately, does seem like he's just gonna go straight in with the V and try to do as much damage as she could. But of course, there's a lot of evasive maneuvers, as you can see, trying to do what he could onto Paklibar. He did manage to whittle down every single one of his shields right now. He's trying to get, there we go, manages to do that. Pop off with a single shield, and he managed to get them off pretty nicely. But unfortunately, Paklibar still have his little mech as such. Will be able to unleash the barrage onto Muhammad.
Yeah, there comes the matchup difference, right? Where Ferial Shun does have that ability to summon the mech towards the end of the game. So if you don't have that early game advantage with the Zenda Wu, you're not going to have a great time when the mech is out. Now going into the second match of the game, both of them with similar weapon and similar playstyles as well.
Yep, double flying knives right here. Single parry into Counter-Strike, but it's okay. He still will have his... Oh, that's not looking good. But the Felon's Way is definitely trying to land some of these strikes, and of course Yotohime constantly trying to parry that out.
Oh, the grapple miss into the punish coming out from the side of Paklibar so far. Now Muhammad, he does have that reset capability being used so far. Parry not being found as he goes for the knock-up now. Very nice knock-up coming out from the side of Muhammad, but there is still that ability coming out, that timer.
Oh, that's not great at all. As now Muhammad loses all of his shields from his ultimate. Gonna have to deal with a single Yotohime that's right in the sky. Can't see too much. As such, it is all just a fake focus off of the Oblivion, trying to bait out the parry. But the Flying Knife does have range capabilities. As such, that will be game for the Solos.
Yeah, very good mind games coming out from the side of Team Philippines. We saw a great effort coming out from the side of Team Singapore as well, as we will be heading into the 3v3s really soon. And so, yeah, Paklibar, in terms of the curve, I would say ahead in terms of Muhammad as well, in terms of just getting those combos through, getting the mind games through as well, in terms of the blue control. Parry was amazing coming out from Muhammad, but it was not enough.
It's really unfortunate because Muhammad has been quite committal in some, if not most, of his focus strikes. And I think that the priming is where the problem is, because it does seem like Paklibar is very trigger hungry when it comes down to trying to punish with the parry. So as much as possible, I feel that at one point in time, it's probably a lot more wiser to try for one match without too much focus hits. But he's been doing quite a lot of these focus hits to the point that I think he got parried twice in a single game, if I recall. It is, of course, when it comes down to focus, it is one of the best tools because you deal a lot of damage. But this is what we call high risk, high reward.
Yeah, the conditioning was there. It was done extremely well from the side of Team Philippines. We can see why they are one of the top teams to be feared, especially in these groups as well. But now, we change things up, right? It's no longer that 1v1 scenario. We're going into the 3v3 where the synergies are going to be tested. Paklibar will not be playing, but Muhammad will be coming back in the 3v3, and you bet he's gonna have a vengeance going up against Team Philippines.
That's for sure. For not being able to win in that solos fight, coming into the trios, we'll see if how Muhammad Lee and Tano wants to exact Muhammad's revenge. Of course, against Espeo, I think that he has been one of the more damagey one, or you know, if that's the word for it. But you guys pretty much get an idea, right? When it comes down to Team Philippines, they definitely show a lot of mettle, and they know exactly what they're doing, as you guys can see from the past few games.
Yeah, both teams in this 3v3, I believe there will be some certain strategies down as well. But of course, it has been cleaner executions coming out from the side of Team Philippines. Whether Team Singapore can find the execution, they can find the saves in time, because they have been relying so much on Lee to be that saving factor, right? He's been playing the
Zipinyin,
he's been playing the Syra, he's been playing the Hadi as well. So yeah, this is going to be that saving factor that matters, and whether or or not that damage comes through in time from Espejo as well.
I think the same. It will be the same old from Team Singapore. From what I recall, what they like to play was Arcos Viper with Syra. Normally, that is going to be their opening hand, and I think that their second game they would be playing a Tian Hai, unless I remembered it wrongly. But, you know, I don't want to focus too much on my memory itself. I think what's important is going to be the game itself. How Team Philippines and Team Singapore will be battling against each other. How ultimate or utility heavy is this? And how much do they really want to play around with the flying knives? Because right now the meta is all about getting verticality from the top down. You just hold on to your focus. The moment you land, you find a target, just straight away throw out your knives. This is the best way that you'll be able to deal some of these cheap focus damage without the risk of being parried too easily.
Yeah, so we do have that combo that you talked about, the Akos into the Syra, into the Viper Ning, but it's on the side of Team Philippines. And Team Singapore actually going for a different play, which is putting the Hadi and also the other support. The other support, and also, what's that called? The Inor One, the damage one.
Hadi, Zipinion, and the Inor One, yep. So at this point, that is, I'm trying to familiarize myself who is whom. But I see the Viper Ning is going to be from the side of Team Philippines, so remember that. Philippines is blue colored, and Singapore is on to the red side.
Yeah, we do see the first lick of damage coming through already being set up as we go for that Viper Ning control, and team members are already locked up in that situation, and YHK Time just gets instantly destroyed as Lee cannot come in for the help. Now putting him at a 1v3, very good combination coming out from the side of Team Philippines so far, and this will be a 3v1 scenario. This is all but done.
Oh, that is plain nasty, where every single one of the members just went for full commit onto focus as the throwing. Oh my goodness, the flying knives are just not nice to see at all.
Yeah, this is gonna be hard to deal with, but now they have that similar combo for the side of Team Singapore. So they are going to be playing that combo, but looking at the combination coming through, right? They have the Hadi and the similar combination coming out from the side of Team Philippines. So there is that save coming out from the Hadi as well.
Oh, unfortunately, the cube is going to be up in the air. SPO managed to run away as the Hadi. Otherwise, it would have been a nice true combo coming from the side of Lee as he managed to knock him up into the air. Unfortunately, that's the transformation. SPO definitely coming in.
Yeah, now dropping that, but that is not going to be a target that does not matter so far. So Viper Ning not popped at the moment. They do want to go for that chunk down onto that One at this point. Finds a very good stun, but this might not be the target that they want to go for. Espejo currently still at kind of healthy HP, I would say. They do pop that Viper Ning ultimate at this point, but there is no lockdown to follow up.
Oh, that heal coming from his opinion is going to be real tough because they managed to bring SPH down the HP to so low. But look at that assist coming in from the opinion. But unfortunately, he will still go down from the flying knives from the side of Team Heaven. But it will be a 1-for-1 trade between the Syra as well as the One. Team Philippines might actually go down as Tenyoso now being completely juggled by the dagger, leaving Perez.
Yeah, great target switch coming out from the side of Team Singapore, despite the fact. So we will be getting that game number 3. And game number 3 is very interesting from the side of Team Singapore. They're pulling a page out of Team China as well. So they are going for that triple mobility into that damage dealer lineup. They have the Xinhuan Li, they have the Ferrier Shen, and also the Zenda Wu. Now, meanwhile, the Tian Hai is being pulled out from the side of Team Philippines. So whether or not this grapple will land in time.
Tianhai, Kurumi, as well as Takeda. So they do have double transformation, but Perez have already went into his battle monk and is trying to go for a single grab or a couple of grabs. But the only problem when it comes down to this lineup is that they don't have anything to secure the single grab. But the main thing that they want is get single grab and immediately go for the kill. And you can see Ferriashen already lost her life, and I don't think that she even got into her mech, because her mech is mostly to be used in this kind of hot to constantly heal up. So Team Singapore now is already on a tough spot where they have already lost one, and unfortunately unfortunately, the Xinhuan Li already lost so much HP.
Yeah, it's going to be a 2v3 situation. Very hard 1v3 as Team Philippines takes a clean victory coming into that round number 3. They did struggle a bit during game 2, but we see the clear power difference that Team Philippines has over Team Singapore as we congratulate them for securing that top 2 spot.
Indeed. Now, it is definitely unfortunate, but hey, this is our very first 3-game series in match number 2. And this is definitely the fun part, or rather 3-round series in this game, right? Because round, game, matches. I get that confused all the time. But congratulations once again over to Team Philippines, as they are very likely, or yeah, most definitely going to be seeded as the 2nd place team. They have yet to play against China though, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, so that will be a true litmus test of where they stand, especially when they prepare for the playoffs as well. The mentality to come in, you're playing against Spider-Man. You're playing against Spider. So yeah, you gotta be top tier, especially when it comes down to the 1v1, especially in the hands of Paklibar as well when you go up against Team China. But looking at gander of what we did for that game 1 and game 2 for the side of Team Singapore, they're not out of the woods yet, right? Tomorrow, they will be in the lower brackets where there's only 8 slots to go for the playoffs. So given the fact that 2 of the slots are for Group A, 2 of the slots are for Group B, and 2 of the slots are for Group C, there's only 2 slots tomorrow for that playoff spot.
Yep, so unfortunately for Team Singapore, they will have to continue to play even more. But hey, at least it is the last chance. It's not too bad though, because they are already seated in a group where things are actually relatively tough, right? You're going up against Team China once again, and Team Philippines as well. At this point in time, you kind of take what you can get.
Yeah, so at this point, we will be going to say that Group A, Group B, and Group C, whoever is placing at the bottom, right, they will be eliminated. So we will be seeing 3 teams going home today. They will not be able to play for the rest of the tournament, and they will not have a shot in IHG Nagoya as well.
Is it actually 3, or is it
3 teams?
Oh, it's 3 teams?
Yeah, 3 teams going.
So
there are 5. Yeah, there should be 3 teams going home today.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 in one group, right?
Yeah, 5 in one group. So the 5th seed goes home.
Okay. So with that all said and done, we are done with match number 7. We're going to be coming back with you guys for match number 8. And of course, the upcoming graphics will tell you exactly which match to be looking out for. So if you want to kind of tune in for the stream and of course tune in for the next match, make sure you guys don't run away too far, as the both of us will be right back with you.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move. The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move. The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
gentlemen, welcome back once again to the 2026 Asian Games qualifiers for NARAKA BLADEPOINT. Here we have the one of the games that is probably going to be a little bit difficult to watch because we clearly kind of know how each of them plays and how the region plays itself.
Yeah, this is a game where mechanical prowess comes first. If you're very well versed in the game, you're definitely gonna thrive no matter what. And looking at the team, Tajikistan going in, we're gonna have Barom, Jamshed, Ramon, and also Subon coming in as well. They're gonna have a tough time going up against Team China for sure, because they're going up against the top seed, and we do know in terms of power levels, in terms of scaling, they're just not there yet.
They would definitely require a lot more training to be able to go up against Team China. It is a fighting game after all, right?
Yeah.
And skill really matters. There are, of course, some other games and other titles whereby there are many other kind of objectives, and there are many other possibilities that can happen. It's kind of like eventually it will happen and eventually you will win kind of thing. But fighting games are super different. As Team China, which we have F1, Kibisu, TR1. XJ Tan and XY Sui, they have mechanical prowess.
Yes.
They will come in here and they will literally bring unfortunately, a wrecking ball to your face.
Yeah, this is a scary team to go up against.
Yeah.
And we have looked up the previous stats before in terms of 1v1 champion, XY Sui. He's going to be just a mechanical monster, right? Known as the moniker Spider. He's going to be destroying almost everyone. And now for Team Tajikistan to come in, it's going to be a great learning experience, but what much can you learn, especially in a fighting game? Because fighting game, you're pitted 1v1, right?
Yep.
Even if you're just getting beat down, there's not much you can learn because you're not giving your opponent much leeway or much space to play around.
Yep, and unfortunately, when it comes down to fighting games, it is high-octane matches,
Yes.
right? It's so fast that every single decision that you make in the microseconds really matters a lot. And that is the kind of way and the kind of high-octane pacing that we will see from the China players, where they know at every single conjuncture and every single move that you do, there's a couple of branches. You could either do this, you could either do that, and you gotta guess it's like an either-or situation, or there are some things that you can react to it. Either short dash, long dash, you hold focus, and then you make your best move possible from that point on. As we see, the first round is gonna be a Yoto Hime coming in, and I believe that I saw it to be a whip sword.
Yeah, so there is going to be a bit of a variance when it comes down to these characters, but there's no variance when it comes down to skill level, right? There is no different objective, the only objective being to knock your opponent down here. So it's going to be a 1v1.
Oh. Yep, so looks like we have things to be a little bit different here, as Barom have decided to play a Lanny. But Barom, I don't think that Barom was usually the 1v1 player, but now we're starting to see things a little bit different this time. But we do have the grappling hook coming in from Barom, gain some verticality, but unfortunately, he's going to be full out comboed right now. But that's going to be a combo break.
Yeah, two armors already down, but straight up second punish into the grapple, into the 2-on-1. And grapple as well. XY Sui not giving any space to breathe at this point. Blue focus for the finish.
That is unfortunately what we mentioned about infinite jungling.
Yeah.
Complete juggling, that they know what exactly to do and they know how to do it. Even like small little, very micro decisions and very micro movements like 2-1-2s.
Yeah, so there is going to be that level that you're going with now, going in staff versus staff. We do have both players not able to land hits on each other. Very close combat. We do have some armors being taken out from the side of XY Sui, but now he does find the knockup onto Barom, and here it begins.
Oh, wow. There's a very good connector, but unfortunately, Baron will now immediately press onto V, and so will Feria on that. As he knows that at this point in time, it doesn't really matter who hits what. You're just gonna sit there and wait.
Yeah, the commit coming through from the side of the Yoto Hime. Well, that's not enough, right? When you're going up against a rocket launcher from Feria Shun, yeah, you're staring down to the barrel of death.
Yep, giant sword, no to well, artillery barrage. And in that case, that was not really a barrage of artillery. That was literally
2 shots.
Yeah, it's just kind of like a kaboom.
Yeah, it's just 1 boom, 2 boom, and
Then
you're
done.
gone. You're gone. You're gone.
Yeah,
So-
you can quite literally see like what the Chinese player is able to do that. That's the kind of juggling that you can expect out of a high player, from a high tier player, where they know how to make full use of the edges of the arena.
Yeah, the moment the edge was activated, you can see the timing coming out as well. Yotohime, of course, known for the cheese, known for having that combo ability, especially with the great sword as well.
Yep.
So to have that purple ability, yeah, that V into that V, perfect timing.
Now, of course, all in all, Team China, they have managed to win in 1 series, or rather 1 match, and that is going to be the solos. We're going to be advancing over to the trios this time, and previously it was, 1v1, so a lot more mind games, a lot more traversing around, and, very, very action based on their weapons. But in trios, it is basically a mishmash pandemonium of ultimates against ultimates.
Yeah, generally we do see the main damage dealer being the first contact. They do have the combo break abilities. Generally it is an Akos or one that first point of contact. They will have the backline capability available, despite it being the Zenda Wu, be the Hadi, or also sometimes we see the Syra as well. And no, actually not sometimes. Most of the time. Most of the time.
So understandably, we should be able to see a lot of these combo breaker heroes being played out. And of course, we have constantly been seeing Tianhai being part of that fight as well, because their battle Buddha is just a little bit too strong. Grapple, goodbye. Although I gotta have to say, there are some characters out there that is super fun to play and super nice to see, such as Justina Gu, for example. However, she's really great when it comes down to mobility. She can freeze the opponents in place as well. It helps you actually time your hits very effectively right after they come out of the freeze. But you need to really time it perfectly, otherwise it would not be a true combo right out of the freeze.
Yeah, I mean, Team China, they did go for the mechanic strat of just having that Xinhuan Li into the, I believe, the Zenda Wu, and also another range character that they played as well. I'm not too sure what's the final range character in that combo, but yeah, they did have a lot of damage coming through with that triple range combination coming through with the flying daggers up from the Xinhuan Li, and also the bow capability from Zenda Wu. So there is that playstyle that they want to go for, but looking at the matchups coming in, seems like for Team China, it's Enor 1, Hadi, and Ziping to start off.
And unfortunately, there's no Viper Ning from the side of Team China, as such that Matari is actually not going to do anything for the team. And none of the characters from the side of Tajikistan have fielded in any flying knives. And at least in a 3v3 fashion like this, you should at least have one person to have flying knives, so that everyone will have flying knives for every single part of the games as well. So just from item pickups, they already lost in the game of pokes. Team China will always take verticality and will always be able to get double focus from the flying knives, and they will drop in and give you hell when these focus hits.
Yeah, so now Fist Blades and also the Spear being chosen. No, that's the staff being chosen from the side of Team China. But now the Flying Knives just proving to be too much at this point, as they find a great target utilization. Already one member of Team Tajikistan being pulled out at this point, and a great pull-out from the side of the Hadi as well, being the first point of damage. So far, Suban is not going to have a great time, and he's 1v3 at the moment. The bump form is not even relevant here, as Team China goes for a clean victory.
Yep, as you can see from the perspective of KB Su, the main thing that he's going to go with is all of those flying daggers. Just constantly being the annoying one that deals very minimal impact from the sides. You are not staggered, you're not anything, you're just receiving damage. And that's the kind of thing that you don't expect, because you're not staggered, he's not right in front of you, you don't know where the damage is coming from.
Yeah, this is going to be a game of pure mechanical outplay coming out from all three of the members. Now now with the Akos. He does find the knockup as well. Now, with that control being used together with the Viper Ning, oh my god, this is going to be tough to watch as Team Tajikistan just gets splintered in the center.
Yep, complete synergy when it comes down to Akos, whose ultimate together with Viper Ning, they, no matter what, they will be stuck inside. And only after the third pull, then only then, they can run away. However, that would have bought a lot more time, and Viper Ning's Moonbane would have hit regardless if they got out of Akos' field or not.
Yeah, Team China with a perfect scoreline so far. So looking at them, are going to be sitting on the top of that leaderboards, top of that group as well, as Tajikistan will fall lower and closer to elimination.
As such, congratulations over to Team China, which I think that pretty much means that they have played every single one of the games in the groups already, right? If I recall correctly, they played every single game already. So they are currently at the top with not a single point lost.
Yeah, so yeah, as expected, it all goes on as for today. So for the third and fourth place as well, they will be playing tomorrow. But sadly, for the fifth team, they will be eliminated, and it's going to be looking like Team Tajikistan at the moment. Of course, not too sure whether they will be playing for the last time here today, but we did see Team Laos getting the better of Team Tajikistan, which places them at number 4.
Exactly. I think that was the main part of that fight, rather than the matchup between Team Laos as well as Team Tajikistan. That was the stake for both of them. The loser, unfortunately, will be the one that eventually gets eliminated because they are unable to beat anyone else on the top of that bracket in their group. So that will leave them at 4th place, just a shy tad bit away from being completely eliminated. They still have a last chance to go.
Yeah, speaking of last chances, all groups matter, all wins matter here, as only 2 teams from each group will make it to the playoffs. But let's just find out more after the short break, as we need to give the players some more time.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move. The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move. The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
and gentlemen, welcome back once again. It's been a short while. This has been about 20 minutes after every game. But welcome back to the 2026 Asian Games qualifiers when it comes down to NARAKA BLADEPOINT. We've got quite a lot of games that is already, done and dusted. I believe that we are currently looking at match number 9. And we are back at it again with Team Singapore, this time against Team Laos.
Yes, in terms of skill level, Team Singapore would be middle of the pack, I would say, but slightly ahead of Team Laos. But looking at the lineup coming in, once again, we have the boys in red. Team Singapore, AE Mohammed, LRG Lee, SQH Tan, YHK Tan as well.
Now, of course, Team Singapore, we definitely have a lot of expectations from them, especially when it comes down to being in the middle of the pack. So far, we have saw Team Laos versus Team, what was that team again? Kyrgyzstan? Yeah, Tajikistan, yeah. So at least Team Laos versus Team Tajikistan, we get an idea how they are paired with. So now it's a battle of third and fourth. In terms of stakes, it's not there, right? There's no stakes in that because they are pretty much stuck in third or fourth. They are guaranteed a play tomorrow.
Yeah, so the boys from Laos coming in, CTVS, ITL, MNB, and ODS. I believe ODS is going to be in that 1v1 stage. And yeah, for the first time ever, I believe there has been a swap in that 1v1 state for Team Singapore as well. We'll be seeing our boy, LRG Lee, going at it in that 1v1.
Okay, so this is gonna be fun indeed. This is the kind of situation where we will never be able to experience as commentators, where a fellow commentator is playing and we can literally just BM the crap out of him.
Yeah, so context being there, LRG Lee, when we first started commentating together for a different game.
Yeah.
So yeah, he is my fellow commentator, and right now he's representing Team Singapore in that 1v1.
So now it is definitely a kind of like a breath of fresh air. It's nice to see him on the opposite side, the other side kind of situation over here. But of course, we are super stoked to see what is he gonna be able to bring in as a Singaporean representative under NARAKA BLADEPOINT 4, of course, the 2026 Asian Games qualifiers. Once again, stakes are low. In fact, no stakes, actually. Yeah. Completely no stakes.
There's very minimal stakes involved. They're both secured the third and fourth. Of course, not placing ahead against Team Philippines, which is currently at the second seed so far. So right now we're looking at Team China and also Team Philippines making it through to the playoff stage.
Now, of course, that game is the one with stakes. In fact, massive stakes in some sense. It's just to vie for the spot between first place and second place. And if I'm not wrong, that should, being first and second, should determine their seeding in some sense in the official, or rather the actual event there in Japan. I'm not 100% sure about it, but when it comes down to formatting as well as these kind of situations, normally first place goes up against with second place on another group if they're going up in a format like that. Yeah,
so the playoffs bracket will matter in terms of seeding first and second, eventually when we go to the playoffs as well. But right now, we can chill, right? We're still at the group stages. We're taking a look at a couple of fun matches. It's Team Laos versus Team Singapore, neighbors. We are very close in terms of proximity.
Yes.
But when it comes to the game itself, well, hopefully the skill level's close as well.
Okay, so looks like for the side of ODS, he has decided to come in with a Tessa, which, like we said before, we don't actually see Tessa a lot, but she does have her, I would say, perks and quirks in some sense. But coming in with Zinda Wu, followed by a Matari, with Matari being the last one incoming. Now, when it comes down to Tessa's kit, she does have this moment in time whereby she's able to throw her little wolf over at the enemies, and then an orb would appear. Now that orb would eventually be able to enchant the opponent if nothing is done about it, and that will be free hits for your opponent.
Yeah, here we go. Akos versus Tessa. And we do have the Fox mechanic, as Abstract talked about at the start. Straight away, the focus battle at the start. Coming out very well from the side of ODS, as he does find that first hit into the break of the armor as well. Yeah.
Unfortunately, F was missed, and right now we got Lee that has already lost every single one of his armor. Unfortunately, he missed out a lot. Another F that comes right in immediately, but has decided to engage in his own V to try to enable himself with a little bit more time to play around with. He's currently losing out a lot of HP, but he can still heal up a tad decent bit.
Yeah, he does have that armor penetration coming out from the side of LRG Lee. So far, does have that enchant already out of the battlefield. Let's find a knockup into the great true combo starter as well. If he does get it, he does, and LRG Lee will take out ODS.
What a clutch. Of course, the double jump into the claws and with the F definitely made a very big difference in that fight in order for him to enhance the duration of the juggle. As we are going into, of course, yet another fight between members in Zenda Wu. In fact, it's a mirror Zenda Wu. The difference is one of them is decided to go for Whip Sword and one with the staff.
Yeah, so there is that little reach difference. The Whip Sword having that slighter, shorter range, but the grapple combo coming through with that focus, true combo, as he finds himself in half HP. ODS in a slight bit of danger, but Lee already responded back. The combo break being used does not find the Hawk placement, but he still has to be available. He will be able to fire it so far, but the directional placement slightly off. Does find the damage coming through. The combo, the arrow lands.
The 1v1 mirror match looks great, but unfortunately the bind on the F is just going to be landing right on top of Lee. But fortunately for the members of ODS, he got hit by that quick maneuver. Small little hits that eventually amounted to a lot.
Yeah, both players playing very well on the Zenda Wu as well. Looking at LRG Lee, yeah.
The smug look.
Yeah, that smirk. We are all used to it. We are all used to it here.
Oh man, congratulations over to the Singaporean players. They did manage to get round number 1 done and dusted. As we're now going to move on over to game number 2. And this is going to be back on trios. If whether Mr. Lee is going to be part of the trios team, that is a question that we're going to have to see.
Yeah, so far Team Laos, they've been playing extremely well when it comes down to that.
That was actually not too bad.
Yeah, honestly, that 1v1. I would say ODS. I would say, yeah, pretty good show.
Yeah.
We had a contest at that first round as well. Yeah, I was worried for my boy.
Honestly, yeah. It really seemed as though that ODS had the controls and the reins of that battle, but unfortunately, Arcos, whose ultimate can really last for a long time, and the tides and the battle would change a lot based on Arcos, who's, how many jumps he decided to go for. A single jump or double jump, how does he want to engage? Because it essentially gives you a free engage whenever you're trying to go for it. Of course, a single jump, you can kind of get away from that. A double jump is a lot more difficult to escape, except for a tap dodge.
Yeah, so that timing has to be perfect as well on the tap dodge. If you do miss the tap dodge, the punish will inevitably come through from the side of Team Singapore. And it feels like, yeah, we see the roster. LGR Lee will be playing once again. It will be the same lineup for the 3v3. We will have AE Mohammed and also SQH Todd.
In the meantime, for the side of Team Laos, we have MNV, CTVS, and ITL. So at least for the side of Team Laos, I would definitely say based on the performance in the 1v1 matchup, I have a lot of expectations coming in from them, and I hope that they will be able to do a really good job against Team Singapore. If we have to be really impartial about this, Team Laos, this is match point. They need to be able to win this out in order to bring the game over to game number 3, where things will get super exciting, or would get even more exciting.
Yeah, so far, the main combo that we've seen so far is the Akos and the Viper Ning combo that we have been dominating with, right? So far, everybody has been controlled by that stun utility coming out from the side of Viper Ning, and also that field control coming out from the side of Akos Hu as well. So this is something that they are eventually going to have to deal with. Essentially, they use the Hadi, they try to deal with it, but so I don't think anyone has found an answer.
At this point, all these ultimate economies is understandably going to be really important. However, if you're able to be on top of your enemies by being the last one to pop your ultimate, the better it is. But of course, you gotta have to hold it up and still and not die. In the meantime, Team Singapore is gonna go for their same exact draft as I believe we have seen quite a lot of time before. I really want to see the Zai being played out in game number 3 though. But Syra, together with Viper Ning and Akos Hu, is going to be the choice for Team Singapore to go in for round number 1.
Yeah, and looks like the same Enor1 combo into the Ziping, and also having that Hadi available for that air support will be that lineup number 2 for Team Singapore. And for the side of Team Laos, it is a very similar playstyle, right? They had the Tianhai with the Viper Ning and also the Tumult as well.
Now, the same thing. We want to see the Tianhai being able to pop up into the Battle Monk and just grab a couple of them at one go. But looks like with Team Singapore, they're going to be playing things a little bit slow. The Battle Monk will now appear and they want to hide themselves behind of this place. Try to run away as far as possible, making full use of this pillar. That is going to be their game plan for now.
Yeah, it seems like SQH Tan gets caught, but not by the grapple, as LRG Lee will be the target of that grapple. The damage is not coming through in time though. So yeah, they are not actually making full use of the grapple as they want to go for a secondary one.
They're trying to play for time. As you can see, they burst down, and or rather they waited it out for the perfect time to eventually go straight in, and only now that they decided to commit into the Viper's ultimate, all 3 of them completely stunned. This is a far cry from the kind of ultimate or the kind of result that we saw from the side of Team Laos when they used their own Moonbane.
Very patient when it comes down to positioning. Team Singapore waited for that monk form to run out, then ran to the center with the Akos and landed that great control. You saw the Moonbane being staggered out. In terms of timing, does not need to be the same timing as the control. The control lasts slightly longer.
As such, we do have game number 2. We do have Mohammed. They did manage to suffer a small little amount of hits, but Team Singapore, they're mostly still going to be together. However, Lee is going to be the one that's going to be engaged in combat together with ITL, while in the foreground, we're looking at Mohammed as mostly trying to be the one that goes for this chip damage.
Yeah, the Enor1, given that fact that you are playing against the walls, the juggle coming off to ITL has fallen inexplicably low with Mohammed on the support as well. Takes out the support character coming in from the side from the Ziping, so there will be no more heals. Places the utility, just make sure that it is that ability to keep up. Now CTVS in a lot of trouble.
Now, of course, Hadi being the annoying little bird that constantly flies up and down, just deal with whatever that it could. That is going to be the results for Team Singapore as they completely overwhelmed Team Laos in game number 1 and number 2.
Yeah, so Team Singapore, in terms of power levels, definitely coming on top of Team Laos. Now they have secured that 3rd place seed for themselves. Whether or not this will help them out tomorrow, we'll only have to see. But sadly, for our friends from Team Tajikistan, they will be in that 5th place seed, and yeah, they will not be competing tomorrow.
Now, that pretty much concludes the fight between Team Laos as well as Team Singapore. I would like to take a moment to just kind of talk a little bit more about that trios matchup, because trio matchups are the more fun ones for me, because there's a lot more strategy involved. Some of you that are at home may be confused, why is Singapore playing such a runaway tactic kind of thing? Remember that I mentioned something along the lines of whichever team were to pop their ultimate last and still survives, ultimately will get the win. It's all about the game of ultimate economy. You force the opponents to pop their ultimates, and in this case, all of their ultimates. They got the Battle Monk as well as Viper Ning's Moonbane control. Once both of them have elapsed and used up with little to no impact at all, then that pretty much game over, because they can come back again with it. From Team Singapore, they drop in their own Viper Ning's Moonbane control. As you can see, it hooked onto all 3 of the members, and Akos Hu essentially ensured that everyone stayed inside the circle in order for the Moonbane control to actually connect.
Yeah, you can see the greed coming out from inside Team Laos as well, right? They were hoping that the Monk was able to catch more than one. They even popped the Tumult ultimate as well, all at the same time. And while the grapple was found, there was no damage.
Yep. So the thing is, when it comes down to Tianhai's grapple, you want to grapple at least two, or no, you want at least two, right? You grab one, that's fine. You grab two, that's perfect. Smash them together, massive amount of damage. But in that case and in that situation, Laos already grabbed one. What they should have been doing instead is that they want to focus fire on this guy. You can grab it, don't move. Let the rest of the members try to attack him. But there's no range involved, so the only thing you can do is actually going to be, well, flying knives.
Yeah, so that's going to be one of the members that is not taken out. So yeah, sadly, Team Laos lost out in terms of that, but they're not going home. But we're not going home either, as we'll be shortly joining you guys after a short break as we go for the final match of the day.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move. The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
and gentlemen, the time that you all have been waiting for, and that is going to be the fight between number 1 and number 1, technically speaking, because they are not really like first and second as of yet, between Philippines versus China.
Technically still even in points at the moment, but I believe we'll have to find out, right? We'll have to find out.
We have to find
Team
out.
Philippines better than Team China? Is Team China really even that strong?
I don't think so. I mean, honestly, it's just a solos player. I mean, it's just Spider. I mean,
it's just
not like he gotten like first place 2 times in a row in 2025. It's only like first and second, so doesn't count.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough battle coming in from Team Philippines. So
yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's very tough. You're going up against one of the top few, especially when it comes down to NARAKA BLADEPOINT as well. But Qualifier, so far on the 1v1, he has surprised me with going up against Team Singapore and actually winning as well. So looking at the lineups coming through from the side of NARAKA BLADEPOINT, we have Espejo, Qualifier, Perez, and also Tenoso coming in from the side of Team Philippines.
Now, of course, super excited for what they will be bringing us for this very big match. We have at least seen how the third seed would have fared against against China, which is currently 1/2. We don't know which seed they are actually gonna be on. So how is Qualifier gonna fare against this Chinese powerhouse XY3, which definitely showed exactly how he's made of, what he's made of, with the massive amount of accolades and achievements to his name.
Yeah, looking at the lineup coming in from the side of Team China, all members fully utilized. We have F. Wang, KB Shi, TR Wang, XJ Tan, and also the man himself, XY3, on the 1v1s.
Of course, we gotta have to, put a lot of our attention onto the solos player after all, right?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it's solos.
It's a flashy role.
It's a very flashy role, and technically speaking, you have literally one game that is all dedicated to you. The moment that you lose in this fight, your team have to cover it up in game number 3.
Yeah, so you have one job, right? You have one job. Just win the 1v1, and then, well, the best of 3s are secured. You get 1 point in, but it's not as easy said for Team Philippines. Winning 1v1 against XY3, I believe it's gonna be a lot of mind games being played. We are going to see a lot of high-level NARAKA BLADEPOINT, actually.
Indeed. Now, the thing about 1v1, as in solos versus trios, is actually very different kind of playstyle. Like, extremely different. In 1v1s, you can be a little bit more slow. Do you want to be fast in your focus? Do you want to release your focus right as it first blinks, or on the second blink, or maybe just keep holding? Like, literally just keep holding until the final second and then you release it. There are a lot of choices that you can make just solely from the blue focus itself. Do you want to bait out the opponent to give come up with the parry? In the event that they don't parry, you are essentially giving them free white attack hits. And at any point in time, from the first hit to the second hit, from first to second, they can parry in between, or right after the first hit. First, you can do 1-2 parry as well, 1 parry, or literally focus, literally 2 blue men staring at each other.
Yeah.
Whoever releases first technically loses, but most of the time they will go back to neutral by either crouching, if it's a fan, or a dagger, or both of them just dashes.
Yeah, so there is a possibility that we're going to have a lot of mind games coming in. Just 2 blue people just staring at each other, then eventually just dashing away, right?
Blue, double D, double
yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen. So possibly dagger, fan, 1v1 matchup, as well as whip sword, maybe if they're comfortable with it. There's the staff possible as well. But I believe that's mostly the weapons that we're going to see.
Yep. So at least when it comes down to juggling situations, we'll see a lot of staff. Staff is really good when it comes down to all these form of juggles. In the meantime, Fist Blades is the easiest to do. It's the easiest thing to play because you don't need a lot of super high mechanics, and yet it dishes out crazy amount of damage.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, Whip Sword is very simple. The moment that you land your first right click, everything else is more or less true from that point on. It's a very easy combo maker.
Yeah, so they are going with the more simple starts. So I believe that is the staff start coming
Staff
in
and
from
dagger.
dagger as well from the side of Paklibar. So we do have the Fariashan first pick. So Fariashan second pick coming out from the side of Paklibar as well.
Now, I have also been kind of asking for a Justina Gu, and indeed I will be able to see that this time coming in from Paklibar. He's going to be playing as the dagger player right now, and managed to dash that out pretty nicely from the F from the side of Feria, and immediately pops an F to ensure that he will be safe and sound. V is also currently available, trying to skill rush to cancel the heal.
Yeah, so far armor points being taken out from the side of XY3. We see a high level gameplay as we go for that dash into the blue. That hold into that punish coming out from the side of XY3. We'll find a lot of true damage here. And now with that Paklibar, he is going for the gold at this point and does go for that V to restore and reset.
Of course, the Gale, the Icy Gale winds helps Paklibar to kind of reset things a little bit, get a little bit of heal, but unfortunately will completely eat all of that focus up. He gets some more 2 bars of healing. Oh! Countering and parrying the skill rush, that was great. But he will want to go for a reset once again.
Yeah, here we go, but straight up disrupted on the side of Paklibar as he will be knocked up into the air once again. This will be a clean combo. Does he find the final hit? Yes, the chased out from the side of XY3, the dash into the secondary hit.
That was great. As much as it looked like it was a very close match, in actual fact, we have, well, did not mention about one thing, is that XY3 did not summon his mech.
Yeah.
So at any point in time, the moment he lost all of his armor and maybe half HP, that's where the mech comes in.
Yeah, so now I believe this is going to be a ACOS versus Fariashan at this point. So now Paklibar with his own Fariashan, but now the ACOS landing a lot of prime damage. All the armor points already got from Paklibar. He might have to pop his mech early, but he still has that V available, that Feral Frenzy from the side of XY3.
Looks like he's gonna allow Paklibar to go for one final heal if he's doing that. He's not actually. So it is going to be 2 armors down from the side of Paklibar. Tries to go for a roar, but wasn't able to land that unfortunately. But hey, that's a good parry. Counter-strike into it, and they are both at equal ground.
Yeah, very calm movements coming out from XYC. Dodges into that punish. And now does find that dash combo starter straight away with the uppercut. And now the mech will not even be a matter of fact here as XY3 takes it clean.
It's really unfortunate that he wasn't able to be grounded enough to summon the mech. And even when it comes down to all of that, of course, who found the opportunity and knew that he could just juggle the Fariashan to death at that point in time.
Yeah, very good punishes coming out from the side of XY3, but this was as prime can get in Group B, right? The top 2 going against each other. Paklibar tried his best, but when you're going up against one of the best, this is really the mind games go up to the next level. The wall grapple into the red punish, that was just insane during that first round.
It is definitely crazy and insane stuff where we saw from both teams, there were a lot of resets. There was a lot of point in time where they have to reset their neutral game, and of course, the Oki play from all of that as well. Quite a lot of very nuanced parts that we will not be able to catch until the player themselves play itself, right? So that itself seems slow, but in the eyes and in the sides of the players, those happen. All that rendition happened really fast, except for the Justina Gu's icy win part. That part was a little bit more slow because they wanted to really get some nice reset. Justina Gu wants to heal a lot more.
Yeah, so at that point, both mechs didn't need to be popped. One was an unforced error, one was a decision by choice. And you can clearly see that XY3, he had a clear momentum swing, he had a clear control of the game, he had the always the first one in to start these combos as well, and he's very consistent in trying to predict the opponent's movements as well. Starting these combos are not easy. Once you fail to start a combo, your punish is going to be imminent. Usually the opponent is good as well, but XY3's first combo rate has been so high.
So, I mean, right now, we're going to be jumping into game number 2, and unfortunately for the side of Team Philippines, they will have one game down. They're going to have to win in this trios game in order to make it really, really work. We mentioned about how solos game are like a lot more minor gamey, a lot more slow, but for the side of team match in 3v3, it's a lot faster. It's a lot more about utilities. It's a lot more about ultimates, and it's a lot more about, well, verticality and flying knives. That is the only one thing I didn't like about flying knives, because it shaped the meta in that way whereby we have players that is just constantly flying up and down, trying to focus, flying knife, and throw at the opponents.
Yeah, that is going to be one of the key factors coming in, because we are going to have the support character of Hadi playing quite often as well. The utility, just giving people a free escape, is just a very good utility and very irritating to deal with as well, right? Known as the cockroach on the map, can just fly around everywhere, deal damage from above. But something that we're keen to see is going to be how Viper Ning is used over here. Whether or not it will be the same combo with the Akko, Syra, Viper Ning, that's pretty much cut and paste standard, or not to Tomok the Viper Ning into the Tian Hai as well.
Now, of course, there are a lot of these characters that we will only ever see in trios, such as Xinhuan Li, for example, and of course, all the support characters, Syra, Zipin, those kind of stuff, right? There are many other characters that, you know, does pretty well in 1v1s and not that good in 3v3, and we could say the same thing for vice versa, such as, you know, Viper Ning. You wouldn't want to go completely disarmed throughout the entire Moonbane control. However, you may argue that V3 allows you to fight back and is essentially a free combo breaker.
Yeah, here we go. 10 seconds before the match starts, starting to look at the lineup. It is a variation of both Viper Nings, with Akos who available as well. Syra and the Tian Hai being the only difference here, but will that matter?
Okay, Perez is just going to be starting things off by playing right around the extremities, looking for the perfect time. In the meantime, Akos, who have already created a chain right down, and unfortunately, there we go. Perez already held by the hands, and now even when it comes down to Moonbane control, it's going to be unleashed and released. Perez will launch his own Moonbane control, gonna be possibly capturing on the 2, which indeed he will.
Yeah, very good timing coming out from the side of Perez, as they do take out Akos from the side of Team China. Team Philippines, they are at an advantage so far. Now 2v3. What can the Tian Hai do here?
And right now, unfortunately for Perez, he got hit with the counter-strike combo, even though his is not the one that got parried in the end. XJ Tan really trying to close the distance between himself and Perez. However, Tenyoso is just going to be putting a lot of these kite damage right onto XJ Tan. But the turnaround from XJ Tan will be able to bring one person down, and they are now set into 2v2. Unfortunately for XJ Tan, he's currently in a really tough spot with a sleeve of HP, going 1v1 against Tenyoso, and that is going to be a parry that gives a win over to Philippines.
Yeah, so the Giants can bleed as Team Philippines proves it for the first time here in the main stage, as they do get a victory over Team China. And that was just great timing on that Moonbane coming out from the side of the Viper Ning from the Philippine side, as they secured that 2v3.
The fight's gonna split out between 2 and 1. Espeo just gonna be putting himself right onto the side. However, he is kind of losing out in stamina economy. As such, he's gonna be grappled right down on the ground, but did manage to do a pretty good reset right onto XJ Tan. He should be fine for now, but the fight is very, very split up.
Yeah, very scattered, because this is a triple range combination coming through with the variation, and that range timing is going to be very key. Now, with the center of the map being open, they will still have that bow capability coming out from Espejo, not going to be used. Very sure pops the map, starts shooting so far. Now, HP bars still falling extremely low for the side of Perez. Does not have any armor points to work with so far. Perez needs to watch his HP.
And unfortunately, it doesn't seem like things are going to be looking too great for the side of Espejo. As now 3-person literally right in his face. While in the meantime, Feriashen is just going to be rooted down onto the ground. There's really not much of a reason for Team China to focus onto Feria. As such, they're going to be whittled down one by one.
Yeah, all smiles coming out from Team Philippines. Everybody is just having fun here as we go into that final matchup. Now, the Enor Wan into the Ziping and Hadi lineup coming out from the side of Team China. And they will be running this matchup that Team Philippines was running just now.
This time, the Federation is going to be on the opposite side. Team China is definitely going to have a pretty decent time with this. Perez does have XJ Tan right behind of him, but this is what the Archer will do. He gets a nice hit down on Tenyoso, but in the meantime, Wang pops up into Federation onto that mech, taking the good hits down to Tenyoso. But unfortunately, I don't think that Tenyoso will stay alive. The Opinion finally goes down 3v2 right now, and Espejo is just going to be stuck. He did manage to transform himself, but at this point in time, there's not much he can do, as Hadi is just flying all the way around, hoping that he'll be able to do some of this chip damage.
Yeah, the mech combination just very strong coming out with the Zenda Wu, as well as team members of Philippines goes down. And I believe that was a Team China victory 2-1.
It's really unfortunate for Team Philippines as they managed to get one game off of Team China.
Looks close.
Really close. So they got bleed indeed. Team China, they were one game away, or rather one round away to losing that very game itself. And that will put Philippines and China into a best of 3 full series. But unfortunately, that didn't happen. But hopefully in the main stage, we can see that happening.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, we do have strong teams in the other groups as well, namely Team Malaysia. We also have Team Hong Kong, China, Team Chinese Taipei that's playing. So there's going to be a lot of great NARAKA BLADEPOINT gameplay, but that was... wow, that first game, that was just unexpected coming out from Team Philippines. Good job by them.
Really, good job coming in from Team Philippines. We definitely adored and loved every single part of that fight. From from the solos all the way down to the trios. Would have been even greater if we actually see all 3 games. So I'm rooting for Philippines. I'm hoping that down to the main stage, they will be well prepared to face off against Team China again.
Yeah. Very good potential coming in, but of course, we will be going for a short break before we tally up the scores and find out who's going to the playoffs and who will be eliminated. So join us after the break as we find out who goes to Aichi Nagoya, and we'll see you guys afterwards.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move. The human body was built to move, Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move. The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the conclusion of the 2026 Asian Game Qualifiers, day number 1 of NARAKA BLADEPOINT.
Yeah, we're going to have 2 days of NARAKA BLADEPOINT here for you here at the Asian Games Qualifier. So far, we have watched the totality of Group B, and I believe we know for Group B for sure who's at the top 2, right? Team China and Team Philippines, and followed by, I believe it's going to be Team Singapore, Team Laos, and lastly, we're going to have Team Tajikistan. But we don't know where the other groups are because they were happening concurrently and we couldn't watch these games.
Exactly, because the only group that we were watching the whole time has been Group B. So at least right off the bat, right off our memory, that is what we can tell you when it comes down to Group B. But A and C, that is where things are going to be exciting. Now, of course, a quick little refresher to everyone as to what to expect when it comes down to the groupings and standings. First place and second place, they will be seeded and they will be granted an exact entry into the 2026 Asian Games, not the qualifiers anymore, but the main stages. While in the meantime, 4th and 5th, they will advance to tomorrow as what we would like to call a last chance qualifiers. And unfortunately for the 6th place, they will have to go home.
Yeah, so for the 5th place, sadly, bye-bye. But for the 3rd and 4th, there's only 2 more slots left. So sadly, amongst these 6 groups that will be playing off at the 3rd and 4th seed, that will be happening tomorrow. So I'm curious to see, right? Group A, Group C, I got my own like little, you know, biases, expectations,
Yep.
whatever you call it. I kind of have a feeling of who's going to make it, which region's going to make it. And yeah, at the same time, right, I'm hoping for the best for Team Singapore tomorrow. Hopefully they don't get too hard of an opponent.
Yep. Honestly, at this point in time, you know, us and our fellow neighbors on the side of Malaysia, we are, you know, we're too close as a neighbor. So honestly, Singapore, Malaysia, I personally am looking out for these two to make it to the main stages. Now, of course, the question stays, right? If whether Malaysia is gonna be first and second of their own group, or would they gonna be end up in the larger qualifiers like Singapore is going to be?
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be quite a predicament, right? If, let's say, that one slot is going to be fought by Team Singapore and Team Malaysia, but luckily, there are two. So there are two slots. So there's a possibility that we can get both slots and as well. But sadly, for our Group B itself, there are certain teams that we'll be saying goodbye to.
Yep.
And sadly, for Group B, it's going to be Team Tajikistan. You guys played your heart out on stage. I saw the guys outside. They were all smiles. They're like, yeah.
They're kind of funny guys,
Yeah,
huh?
they're funny. It was like, yeah, it was a close match with Team China. We guys saw the match, right?
They got lucky.
Yeah, they got lucky. It was not close, but they're still very positive. They're still very nice people.
Yep, honestly, it's those kind of, you know, sarcastic kind of interactions that really make things a lot more fun. And at least they took it on with great stride, right? They didn't get out of the tournament feeling really, you know, down and all the kind of stuff, because those kind of interactions are the ones that are a lot tougher to deal with. But if the team comes out of it, they, you know, their expectations were met, or maybe they had, you know, decent amount of games, they are happy with what they've gotten. Hey, at least they have fun with it.
Yeah, I mean, we are all having fun here, but we can only have fun because of you guys that are the audience that are watching the stream as well. Thank you for supporting us all day, but a huge shout out to the organizations behind us as well, directly behind us actually.
Directly, yeah.
First up, we would like to thank Singapore Esports Association, SGEA, on the top here, and Zenway Productions for giving the stream setup as well. And in support of Sports Singapore, we have Sports Singapore, which is on top of me as well. And our venue sponsor, we have Resorts World Sentosa, and also our other partners as well. We have Secret Lab and My Republic.
Just happened to be nestled right in between of both of us as well. In fact, every single one that we gotta thank is right on the board, right behind of us. Every single one of you guys that is watching the stream as well. We hope that you have thoroughly enjoyed the commentary and the gameplay for the entirety of today. Make sure you guys come back in again tomorrow, as we still have even more games that we're gonna have to cover in order to find out who are going to fill up the 7th and the 8th slot that will go over to the 2026 Aichi Nagoya Asian Games.
Yeah, so right now, I believe there is still some speculation coming in. I believe there's still some last-minute point tallying being done as well, because we need to make sure that
suspense.
Yeah, it's all suspense, but at the same time, it is of the utmost integrity as well. All the scores need to be double-checked, need to be triple-checked to make sure that, yeah, there is no discrepancy when it comes down to the people going to the playoffs as well.
So all in all, we will be moving on, and of course, maybe perhaps we can talk a little bit about what we have seen thus far, right?
Yeah.
And so far, I think that we had a lot of showcases of very different characters, but I think that if we have to be very objective about it, I think that the most used character gotta be Akos Hu.
Yeah, I think for the 3v3s, Akos Hu, very important in setting up the control zones. I would say when you see an Akos, you're going to see a Viper Ning as well, definitely in the 3v3s. But when it comes down to both the 1v1 and the 3v3, the one that
Feria.
Yeah, Feria comes up to mind because of the mech, right?
It kind of cheats you out of death a couple of times, right?
Yeah.
But in the previous fight between Team China as well as Team Philippines, you can clearly see that if you are not given the opportunity to be grounded and to press that single V button, then you essentially just played an entire round without exactly using what your character is known for and what they are best for, and that is to buy more time. In fact, when it comes down to various mechs, it's really good to help you buy time against other transformation heroes, and that generally will be able to help you get out of very sticky situations, and even when it comes down to the Moonbeam control coming in from Viper Ning, or perhaps get you snagged right out of Akos Hu's little cage.
Yeah, that 3v3, that mech comes into play as well. We did see towards the end where Zenda Wu would be that range combination dealer with that mech as well. Of course, usually paired with the Xinhuan Li, as we see him in that 3v3 very commonly, I would feel.
Xinhuan Li has been the one that, really throws out a lot of projectiles. I think he's not exactly a very flashy character because just kind of like, and then you can see him doing that again later on as long as he's able to kind of slap. But in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be able to show you only Group B and Group C. As for Group A, we're not going to show you because suspense. But okay, we're just going to focus a little bit more about Group B, okay?
Yeah. So Group A is currently running at the moment, so we will be I think updating our channels at the end of the day, but so far here are the results tabulated. Group B, China and Team Philippines are at the top of the leaderboards. Number 1, number 2, they will be going into the playoffs. And meanwhile for Team Singapore and Team Laos, it's not goodbye to them yet, as they will be playing tomorrow.
Indeed. And unfortunately for Team Tajikistan, that did not manage to get a single match win. It is unfortunate, but we gotta have to say goodbye to them and truly just be here and be happy for the fact that they participated, they tried, and they had fun.
Yeah. And looking at Group C,
Vietnam and Thailand all the way at the top, with Vietnam with a total of 4 match won. Thailand comes in shortly afterwards, and looks like our fellow neighbor is gonna meet us in the last chance qualifier.
Yeah, so tomorrow it's gonna be Team Malaysia and Team Kyrgyzstan that will be playing in that last chance, as well as sadly saying goodbye to Team Mongolia as they are in 5th place. I'm pretty sure the guys tried their best, but definitely try harder next time. And meanwhile for this Team Malaysia, Team Kyrgyzstan, Team Singapore, and also Team Laos, they will be playing in the group stages tomorrow, the continued loser brackets, where it's going to be very interesting to see whether or not which 2 teams out of the 6 make it through.
And of course, when it comes down to Group A, we don't have the match results or the standings for everyone to see as of now. But a quick little reminder to everyone that in Group A, who do we have? We have Sri Lanka, we got Hong Kong, China, we got Kazakhstan, Indonesia, and Chinese Taipei.
Yeah, so that is going to be that region. Well, Team Hong Kong, China, when Team Chinese Taipei, they're very strong when it comes to NARAKA BLADEPOINT as well. So I would think that they are currently in the top 2, and I'm not too sure who's going to be playing against tomorrow, but it's most likely going to be, I would say, maybe Team Indonesia's up there?
Well, that's really hard to kind of guess right now. But but we do want to let you guys know that right now we are actually, at least for the both of us, we can see that there is 2 teams that is going off against one another, and they just started their match. So only after this, then we'll have probably a good idea how Group A is gonna look like, because we got Hong Kong, China that is going up against Chinese Taipei that is going off concurrently on the other stage.
All right, so we'll be joining you guys after a short break, and we will see you guys afterwards.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move. The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move. human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again here for the 2026 Asian Games qualifiers for NARAKA BLADEPOINT. Just like that, we have more or less finished out the entirety of today, and we have already reviewed Group B and Group C too.
Yeah, once again, a recap of Group B and Group C, whoever that's making it through. Group B and Group C, it will be Team China and Team Philippines that are already secured the playoffs, and we have Team Singapore and Team Laos that will be playing it out tomorrow. Sadly, we're saying goodbye to Team Tajikistan, and for Group C, I believe it is Team Malaysia that needs to play tomorrow together with Team Kyrgyzstan as well. Yep.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, we have the top two being Team Thailand and Team Vietnam. So Team Vietnam sitting at the top seed, and Team, what's that called? Team Thailand on the second as well.
Yes, correct. So unfortunately, as we mentioned, it is going to be Tajikistan as well as Mongolia from B and C respectively that will unfortunately go back home. As I believe that Group A is going to be revealed to us very soon, as the conclusion of Team Hong Kong China versus Chinese Taipei has already concluded. That is going to give us a very good idea, you know, who's going to be first and second, that will be making it over to actually Nagoya, who's going to be third and fourth, that will be playing tomorrow, and unfortunately who's going to be fifth, which will go back home.
Yeah, so I'm curious to see. Right, between these two teams. So there we have it on the screen itself. It's actually Team Chinese Taipei that takes the top, and Team Indonesia that is going to go into that playoffs tomorrow. So Team Hong Kong China and Team Kazakhstan, that will be playing off tomorrow. And sadly, we're saying goodbye to Team Sri Lanka.
Yes, so understandably, looking at the entire group and A, B, and C, congratulations to all that managed to make it to position first and second. And all of that includes Team Chinese Taipei, Team Indonesia, Team Team Chinese Taipei, Team Indonesia, Team Thailand, Team Vietnam,
Team China,
and of course Team Philippines. So they will go straight ahead, but there are 2 more slots that's currently available, and it will be a fight between Team Hong Kong China, Team Kazakhstan, Team Singapore, Team Malaysia, Team not Mongolia, but that
Team
is Laos, as well as Team Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah, so surprising to see that Team Kyrgyzstan, well, doing well in Group C as well. So definitely tomorrow we will check out their power levels here in that team. So Team Malaysia versus Team Kyrgyzstan. We're going to have Team Hong Kong China going up against Team Singapore. That's interesting. Now Team Kazakhstan going up against Team Malaysia. So that will be the first 3 matches that we have for that day.
Looks like it is going to be very jam-packed as well, as each game will start up, 30 minutes after the other one. So looks like we might be able to squeeze quite a bit of games.
Yeah, so very, very interesting games that we've had lined up for you guys. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed the stream today so far. And once again, a big shout out to you guys. And also a big shout out to our co-organizers, SGEA, Singapore Esports Association, and Zen Wave Productions as well. And also in collaboration with Sports in Singapore, we have Sports Singapore. And our venue, our proud venue sponsor is Resorts World Sentosa, and also our fellow sponsors Secret Lab and My Republic.
And with that all said and done, we have completed day number 1 of NARAKA BLADEPOINT here for the 2026 Asian Games Qualifiers. If you guys want to find out who will be making it to Aichi Nagoya in the 7th and the 8th slot, you guys definitely gonna have to tune in tomorrow as well. As you guys saw, we start at 12 p.m. Mark your calendars and of course set an alarm, as Momen and I will see you guys tomorrow for more intense action in the world of NARAKA BLADEPOINT. Take care.